Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream. Live from Pawn Studios in 6 Mile-ish Detroit. Here in the studio where the green screen... Let's just get off that as quickly as possible. You just don't pay attention to... There, see, now it's not even there. Hello, I'm the Ronan Pawn. I was missing for like a week. How you doing? Were you missing for a week? I missed you. I didn't. I missed you. Hello, Edward Cole. Glad I can finally catch another live stream after too long. Yes, well, when I start them up at, what is it now? Approaching 2 a.m. Eastern time zone, then, you know, some people who usually can't be here could be here. See, that's why I did it. Not at all because I spent the last week just So the kittens, we've got three kittens, 3 new kittens, newish kittens. You know, they've still got that new cat smell, although we do have to hang new cat smell air fresheners around their necks in order to get it. Anyway, they had to go in, little kittens, to be spayed, and so we boxed them up in a very literal sense. We got three brown boxes, duct tape. And we threw them all each in individual boxes. One of them, Tammy, she could rob a bank, I'm pretty sure. She managed to break out from the inside. She was like pushing it open kind of a thing. And from the inside, and was getting her head out and just grabbed the duct tape and just started taping over so that she couldn't get out. She lost a little bit of the fur off of her back from pressing against the duct tape before. We didn't really think about that. Anyway, they all got in to be spayed, and the simple act of carrying the 3 kittens, it was really like the stress of, I don't know what it was, but it was, I have these episodes associated with my post-traumatic stress, no, the other one, associated with my chronic fatigue syndrome, aka systemic exertion intolerance disease, aka myalgic encephalomyelitis, aka the shit that done kept me here, not here, kept me away from here for the past five days. Missed 2 live streams, and here we are doing it in the middle of the goddamn night. Why is that? Well, because now I'm awake, and I haven't been during the hours of the day, unless you count the early hours of the day when the sun is breaking the horizon. Cats are ninjas, I'm convinced. I should know I have 3 myself. You've got 3? We've got 3 kittens, and then 2 more fully adult boys. Now the 3 kittens are spayed. Little less humping going on, which is neat. Condor 70 with the 15-month subscription. That's almost a year. Good work, Condor. I'm back. Thank you for the almost a year's worth of. You keep it up. Yeah. So here we are, middle of the goddamn night, and you know, tell you a little bit about myself. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. I took a midnight train going anywhere. Did they change math on me again? They're always doing that, aren't they? Just when you go to calculate something, and then Pythagoras is like, I got a new idea. Yeah, we took the cats, and man, when did everything? So I have, you know, I was this whole staying in your house thing. People are. Come on, man. I've been doing it since before it was cool. When did everything turn into a fucking Social Security office? When did everything turn into an unemployment line? When did everything turn into a large group of people completely, like, just milling about uncontrolled? Like, there's somebody there who's supposed to be, like, doing some kind of organization, and it's a mess, and there's no, like, civility or formality, or there's no sense that anyone, like, took a second and thought, hey, would this work? Yeah, people standing, we walk into this place, we got people standing like, you know, we can only have 15 people in this giant room at once. It seems like you could have more than 15 people in the room if you spaced it out and actually cared, but we can only have 15 people in this room at once. So what we're going to do is have like the 12 of you who are standing in this tight hallway, just stand outside in this hallway, that if this giant room can't have more than 15 people in it, well, and you just hang out in this hallway, all dozen of you. And people coming, some of them wearing masks, some of them not wearing masks, and then like I got 3 cats to bring in. So hey, instead of filling out one form, since it's going to be all the same information except for the next name of the next cat, why don't you fill out the same form 3 times with all the same contact information, and then write the name of the cat, and then circle whether they're male or like that's one way to do it, I suppose. But yeah, just wow, the lack of organization. And how long have we been doing this? Since March of 2021 or March of 2020? My God, how many years have we lost? I just woke up, and it's like, really, still like this, huh? Taking cues from the government, are we? On being incredibly disorganized on what we should be doing at any given time. You missed the apocalypse twice, as Edward Cole. Did I? Damn. May you live in interesting times was a curse that was placed on me once upon a time, and I'm sorry to be dragging you all through my curse, but here we are. And here we are back in Kerbal Space Program. Where was I making this damn thing? I think we were making it in the VAB. Were we making it in the VAB? I don't know. We'll go into the VAB. But yeah, that little incident there, I started overheating. I started having, so I don't know what it would be called. All right, you know, tunnel vision. You get tunnel vision. That's usually describes like, oh, you know, and it's like you're just seeing like little spots there, and it can be, you know, in the harshest form of it, you're actually sort of blacking out. And you got tunnel vision, but in the more generic cultural colloquial sense, it's just like kind of staring at 2 points and kind of disregarding everything in front of you. I had the opposite of that, whatever that is. Whatever the opposite of that is. And I thought for a moment, maybe it's, you just say like the 1,000-mile stare, right? The 1,000-mile stare. But it isn't the 1,000-mile stare, because the 1,000-mile stare is like something where it's like, you still kind of like, you're focused on a dreamscape that's off in the distance, aren't you, with the 1,000-mile stare? I was in a state of like, the opposite of tunnel vision, where it was like I didn't know or care where I was setting my eyes. I was watching the peripherals. It was basically like fight mode, is what I would call it. Like when there's a fight on, your fucking vision just opens up, and you can see 270 degrees, and you're really only watching that, and it doesn't matter where your eyes are. You're not even thinking about what you're looking at, because you're seeing everything that's in the field of your view, because there's a threat upon your physical body and or life or whatever, if you've had that experience anyway. So yeah, I was just like sort of leaning on and hunched over this table while Lady Pawn is trying to take care of the actual communicating with another human being, and I realized that I'm just like focused on a point that I'm not even seeing, because I'm just watching and hearing everything. It's sensory overload. That's what it is. Just sensory overload. Rubber ducky awareness. Yes, your awareness, it's just like, it's wide open, but I wonder if it had anything even to do with, like, I mean, in addition to the stress of the situation, being surrounded by all these people who apparently haven't heard there's a fucking pandemic on, and in a location where apparently they haven't heard for the past 2 years there's a pandemic on, and they just got the notice and they're trying to figure it out. We'll put 15 people in the hallway and 15 people in this giant room, because we can't have more than 15 in this giant room. I think there's something breaking down in your logic here. So you got the stress, and then you got the, physical exertion and the orthostatic intolerance, which is basically if you're on your feet. That's orthostatic intolerance is you can't be on your feet. And I have some level of that kicks in at various times. And certainly stress is a trigger of mine. So the stress of the situation, I'm overheating in my big coat that maybe was a little bit too much with the scarf that was fucking strangling me. And yeah, I'm just like, end up like, I'm seeing everything but what's directly in front of me. I don't even know where my eyes have landed. I'm listening to the sound of myself and the sound of everything else that's going on all around me. And I imagine it's something akin to, I mean, I don't know, but that's why I use the word I imagine, the words I imagine. But I imagine it's something akin to, what is it, just autism in general, the idea of being overloaded by sensory input. And I wonder if the fluorescent lighting or whatever overhead was also a contributing factor, because it was nasty anyway, and it put me down for 2 days. And then the third day I wake up, and I could have live streamed like in the first 2 hours of the day, which were probably 10 p.m. at that point, 10 to midnight or something like that, and then no. And then no, like after that point, it was like, yeah, no, that would have been a bad idea. We would have been in the middle of the live stream when I fucking felt like this fell apart. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. Now that you know where I've been, let's pick up on the Ring Mark 8. We're building a ring space station for Kerbin, for LKO, Low Kerbin Orbit. And someone in chat at the last live stream, because it only took one live stream to get here, thank God. I mean, really, it's like, yeah, it should. That's not that impressive, but it is. The way that I build, are you kidding me? I take for fucking ever. But someone actually did the math on like how often it would have to rotate based on its width. If I close these down, retract the solar panel, and then if the game actually updated there, then our width is 10.3 meters, 10.6 on the length, so somewhere around 10 meters out. And someone did the math on that and figured out how many rotations per minute we would need in order to achieve gravity. And we set them to a 10 RPM, which would mean that this thing would be passing each point. You know, this would go all the way around and pass back again once every 6 seconds. That's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. It's going to be going. But it is, you know, reasonable, I think, kind of, sort of. Yeesh, after all that, it's nice to see you doing okay enough to stream. Yes, and I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be, you know, had to do it in the middle of the goddamn night, because now, like, the sleep schedules are, there's no sleep schedule. There's never been a sleep schedule. It's just, you know, whatever works. We started out these live streams starting up at 8 p.m., and then 4 p.m., and then 6 p.m. That's because we started at 8 p.m., I went all the way around in the clock cycle, ended up back at being awake at, you know, or being, like, I can stream at 4 p.m., and then shit started to move, and then 6 p.m., and then shit started to move, and now we're to, 2 a.m. So we'll see. Just keep an eye on that schedule, because it probably means nothing at any given time. Hello, Emil Firestorm. How am I? Oh, you just missed it. I was talking about all of the chronic fatiguey, myalgic encephalomyeliticness of the latest days, thanks to the, well, thanks to just making the slightest exertion to go and do the cats. It's funny because I walk around the house and most of the time I feel like I'm fine. I have built like an ability in my life. I've just built my life around it, and I know what I can get away with and what I can't, and I avoid things that might be outside of the, you know, realm of what I can do, which is why I'm carrying an extra 30, 40 pounds at this point, because it's a very sedentary lifestyle. But, you know, I get around, I do the things that I need to do, or rather, Lady Pawn does the things that I need to do. And then you leave the house, and you go somewhere, and you're like, hey, I'm usually, you know, I walk around, I stand on my feet, I just get on the phone and walk back and forth, I'll be fine. And you walk out of the house, and then you're down for like 3 days. Third shift life plus part-time college student. I feel that, yeah. I've always been a third shifter too. You know, all my life I've been a night person kind of a thing. I worked a lot of third shift jobs, janitorial stuff overnight, did newspaper delivery overnight, worked overnight stocking grocery stores. It's very much been drawn to the night, which doesn't help your vitamin D levels at all. Is what, and then also I think you just, they always stick you with this in the ass, you know, if you go in and say, they're like, hey, let me give you one of these, boom, and people are like, what is it that I'm thinking of? What is that chemical that I'm thinking of? It's you know, vitamin D, you need your you know, it's in avocados or fucking, you know, pomegranates or super fruits or some shit, you know, they're always trying to sell it with that. Some chemical they always like stick you in the ass with if you say the slightest thing. And people, you know, talk about it like, and I get a big juice energy, and it actually feels, I can tell that they stuck me in the ass with that, and it's like, I want it. Never felt anything from any of that. Never felt anything from taking vitamin D. Only thing that I feel anything from is drinking beer. Let's do it. Where's my... Yeah, I've always been a third shifter, and much to a lot of your detriment, you know? Is society needs to compensate. We need appropriate recompense for the third shifters, god damn it. Because it's usually not. It's usually, you know, jobs, their argument is that, oh, anybody can do these jobs, so it's blah, 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 blah. Yeah, anybody can do these jobs. Number one, fuck you. No, they can't. I've been on a janitorial shift, and every time that we lost a person, it was like, you know, a month and a half of rotating people in and out. You say anyone can do the job? No, actually, no. They don't have the attention, they don't have the care. They're not going to actually pay attention to what they're doing while they're doing it. They're not taking the job seriously. And then they're also being asked to do like a very physical job that is very necessary for the, health and safety of everything that happens in these buildings during the day. If somebody doesn't clean them up, it's going to be a problem for everybody and everything that goes on in that building. And then you're doing it in the middle of the night, which means your social life very often just doesn't exist at all. And what are you, paid for? Minimum wage. Minimum wage for giving up your day walking life and for doing this incredibly important, Life is not billed for third shift people. It's true. It's true, and nobody's paid the way that they should be either. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, while I've been thinking about this space station during my convalescence, just pulling that word out of your ass at 2 a.m., huh? Yeah, during my convalescence, which, by the way, I've been thinking about it while, I'm trying to go to sleep and stuff. I've been doing that thing where I try and put myself to bed by engineering. Don't do that, is what I'm going to recommend. Don't do that. Last night I had to go into a fucking deep state of meditation in order to get my shit back together. You train yourself every night to be thinking if you fall asleep. It will just not shut it. Don't do that, okay? Just show up to whatever you're going to do when you're going to do it and let it hit you. If you want to think about it, then take time out of your day, sit down in a chair quietly and just close your eyes and think on something. Don't do it while you're sleeping. You're training your brain to hurt you. Convalescence, way to expand my vocabulary out of nowhere. But so this space station, we got this, and I was like, that's pretty much done for the core of it. I think we nailed it. We had, we've got RCS, we've got various monoprop capabilities inside and out. Way this works, incidentally, if I were to... Okay, I'll reach in here and try and do it. If I grab here and then target angle down to 0 from 30, what you'll see is that these are all broken into 3 train chunks that have hinges on them, and so we can send them all up as straight little train lines under a fairing, and then pop them open, fly them where they need to be, put their... Well, you still got it up, you dingus. Put their hinge angles where they are, and boom. We got ourselves a pretty little ring. They link together via docking ports that have the enable interact with own vessel thing tick on it from Advanced Tweakables. From the Advanced Tweakables setting in Kerbal, not a mod. And so we've got the monoprop, we've got the ability to control each one of these. They've all got a probe somewhere buried in them. Is it this end? Yes, there's a probe there. There's electricity here. We've thought all of the things through. We're ready to put, this could go up. If, you weren't concerned with the ability, can anyone get into the fucking thing? Because that occurred to me. We've got, obviously, these little docking ports, little docking port juniors, but number one, if there were a, Kerbal on the outside who needed to get in here, hope there's a ship parked that you can enter and then climb through that and use it as a decompression chamber or compression chamber, whatever, and then move into all of this and then climb through those imaginary ladders that we're pretending exist. You come in maybe down here through this tiny little hole, but there's no way for an individual Kerbal to get aboard. And also, this is a space station designed to be docked with the smallest of the docking ports and no large docking port access? Really? Is that what we're doing? So we thought of everything. It's all here, except for the front door, except for the ability to use it at all. So, that's what we need to sort of deal with today. And too much me thinking at night got us nowhere. So here we've got, there's a rotor on this guy, and they're each set to clockwise, counterclockwise, 10 RPMs per minute. So there's one up there and one down there, and the idea was they would spin the central section, and then the sections that go off would not spin at all. Here's a consideration of mine. None of that shit needs to exist. It needs to spin, and I want to do it with motors, because if you get something rotating with, monoprop or using its SAS, and you leave the scene, you come back in, you just got to do it again. So I'd like to try this with rotors for the first time. But yeah, let's say you guys sit aside and maybe don't even come back. I don't know, but I just feel like we don't actually need, like, the rotors here anyway. And the other thing is that I don't believe... And yeah, there's lots of room in there for you to, like, walk around, and we imagine that there would be holes there for you to just move through into the... Yeah. I think we need a large docking port, number one. And it is going to be directly connected. It's not going to rotate. So... So let's just grab that docking port and throw it on. By mass. Okay, so there's a docking port of some kind, some degree. Which way do you go if I make you a little bit longer? You go that way. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Is it? I don't know. Seems to be. It could be what I have been and am talking about currently. It could be those things. But then, like, how do you attach... So... What we need is, like, an entrance. We need an entrance for Kerbals, bearing in mind that this whole thing will be rotating constantly. And I love the idea of having to dock to something that's constantly rotating. Getting your ship and then pointing it in the right direction and then, like, getting it right lined up, but it's spinning and then getting the exact same spin and then moving in as you spin. Oh, that sounds so cool. I can't wait to do it. But we also need a way for, you know, Kerbals to be able to fucking come inside. And how do we do that? You know? I'd like it to be as reasonably realistic as possible. And maybe we don't need this to be that big, actually. If it's down there and then we're going to attach something else. But, like, so if I do want it to be as reasonably realistic as possible, then this thing is spinning at 10 RPM, the way that we've got it set up right now. So if you're a Kerbal and you're using your jetpack to come over and, like, try and link up with it, then there's a bit of a in space kind of a moment. Might give you a little bit of rotation, might go ahead and rip your fucking arms off. I mean, at this tightness near the core, it's going to be, you know, sort of the least torque, I suppose, but it's going to be some torque on you. So wouldn't it be nice if you could enter through the docking port itself? You know, like, what are you talking about, Pawn? I'm not entirely sure what it is that I'm talking about, but, like, if you were like that, or can I enter? Is there a hatch in there that I can enter through? I want to feel like there is. Like, if you left-click on either side of this, that you can open it. So were I to just put it back to where it was, then, you know, the issue then becomes that we can't block that for the entrance and leaving. And I wonder if that's simply down to the node. Like, if I were to attach this to the node, like that, then it would be like, okay, you can't board through there anymore, you can't dock using it. Or rather, you can't, you know, have a Kerbal grab onto it and move in. But if I do what I had before, which is place it not on that node, will it allow that to be something that a Kerbal could get near to, be able to F2 to grab, and then enter via that? Or are those places only exits? See, these are things. These are concerns. These are things and concerns is what they are. And honestly, kind of thinking, like, let me go back to what I was doing over here, because if I do like that, and then I do like this, and then I pull you down to whatever the place would be where you would look like, okay, I guess that can do. Something like that. And then I grab this with a snap, put it on, hit it with an absolute snap. Now it's perfectly dead center to the thing. And then merge it down to the point where it's just not doing anything that looks too weird. You know? Do you know? Are you aware of? Are you knowing? Are you familiar with the knowing? And do you? So we've got that as some kind of an option there. that would need to be tested. We'll have to put it out on the pad in order to test it. There are other like pieces in the game that could make this possible. There is an extending, you know, like docking port, and then you can like come in through it. I've never used it before. I probably don't own it. I haven't used it here anyway. I haven't used it in whatever mode this is. Would that be under docking as well, if it existed? I would think it would be under utility. With the coupling. And then the inflatable airlock. That's what I'm thinking of, the inflatable airlock. And it doesn't look like it exists in here. Unless it were one of these, and I would expect it to be lighter than anything else because it wouldn't need any control, whereas this module has control, which is the virtue of, you know, having one of those. But that would be an inflatable dock, and then that's even more problematic when you get down to it. When you get right down to it, that'd be a little bit fucked itself. Why would that be fucked? Well, because it would inflate outward down, but then how do we get the docking port in there? Oh, and I hate what that does to our beautiful, beautiful space station. I hate the look of it. I hate the look of it so much that it cannot be. It cannot be friends. Do I have any friends here? Friends, it cannot be. How do I hate the look of this? By the way, you got any other colors? No, you don't. How do I hate the look of this? What are you doing there? Huh? Yit. What? Yit. There you go. Alright. Do I hate this as well? I don't hate it. I sure as shit don't love it. I was also thinking about the re-entry module, or this little onion here. It might look correct, you know, look cool, but it would have to be attached again in a weird wonky kind of a way to make this happen. So I can put it on like that to start, but like it can and go away, and we'd have to enter from the side again. You know, I'm trying to get it so that you could like come up to it and then grab it as it's rotating, kind of a thing, from the bottom middle of the thing, and catch its rotation without having to grab onto the side and, you know, you'd be jerked, the space station would be jerked, you know, a little, kind of a thing. So if that were the case, then the idea would be, where is the entrance to this? It's not that one. I believe it's that one. Yeah. Because that's the little latch where you can grab to get in. So if that's the deal, then again it would be something like this. Get her top dead center. Pull that bowl down to the point where it's touching. And then variance. Yeah. Without that, and then the idea would be that we jettison this, like, immediately. We get rid of it. Like, we don't need any ablator on it. We force percent. Sure, like, we can, but it would be something to just be gotten rid of. You understand? Do you understand? Decoupler, disable staging. Enable staging. Which would be a difficult thing because this will all be packed under a fairing, so it's like we would end up having to carry that up and then jettison it. Huh. Well, and then did you connect it via that? Because when you do jettison it, it will fire it off like that unless you've connected it via a surface mount, and you can't. So even though you've put it on like this and then you move it off, it's still going to, like, it is a decoupler. And nothing more. But you can put it on like this. Aha. So if I put it on like that, and then rotate it over with a snap, and then pull you to top dead center, and then pull you down, and then push you back up, so there's not a gap. Enough, and that puts that down there, and then the idea would be to then attach to then attach, like, but I don't want it there. I have to get it the correct up and down and left and right and all of those things, orientations, and then snap it to the dead middle. And then still, though, like, that's not real up and downy, is it, on this model? You don't actually access it from the dead side. What do we even look like at this point? Like, are you willing to consider this as a thing you might do? It goes with the theme. Change it back to a white. I don't know. And then those are the two variants already flitted through them. So then this would actually be more like a... If I put you on there temporarily, and then I gave you an extra rotation until we appeared to be flat, then I checked this. That's pretty damn close to flat. And then that should be top dead center again. Pull it back down. Is there any way to get rid of that couple? Yeah. You have to spin it. Ah, shit. Well, that's taking it off axis again, but you'd have to find it. Spot betwixt the twain. I think that's going to be the right angle. Are you... Yeah, we're getting a little bit crazy in terms of trying to make things do something that they're not supposed to do, but that's kind of how I roll, baby. Are you not willing to align nicely now? Even though you're a friggin' sphere. Yeah, that's what we're finding out. You're not willing to align nicely, even with an absolute snap. Which would mean eyeballing it, which would mean that this just doesn't work. So, simpler solutions? Any ideas? Any thoughts in chat for simpler solutions? You know, I hate to go up to, like, a lot of, like weight, adding weight. But we need something that has access from an end. You can't just enter via a docking port, like a large docking port, right? We need a decompression chamber, or rather a compression chamber. Just depends on whether you're coming or going. Do you know whether you're coming or you're going? I mean, this is the lightest weight part in the game. I said I hated it, and I do. I don't like the look of it on this otherwise beautiful space station to this point. And then you just got that ugly gray fucking thing just hanging off there. It does have a hatch on it, in theory. You mean, did I throw away the docking port that I was going to put on it? Put the docking port on it? Let's put it out on the pad and see where we stand with the thing. See if this is even possible. So, give me the regular old size big docking port for something to dock up to that's big. And then the problem is, like, I don't want it to just be limited to things that are big, you know? Then the problem is, like, can we then have also a docking port junior that's kind of in there? And then, you know, is this is this getting a little bit fucking ridiculous? And maybe we should do something completely different. But alright, let's put it out there and just see where we stand on this, because having a front door to your space station, it's a good idea. So let me grab the entire thing, and then mouse wheel down, put you nearer to the ground. Grab me some clamps. Where the frig are we keeping the clamps these days? You're hiding clamps on me. You go a couple of days without playing Kerbal Space Program, and this is what you get. This is my life. Now, I can't remember how to do a thing. Give me that. Give me another one. The fact that we hold it from 3 sides in there, I remember this being a little bit problematic. It's fine. We just won't care. How about if we don't care? We have one specific thing to test, and we're going to negate gravity in order to test it. I will need a volunteer for testing. Ronbert has been our volunteer for testing everything. So you can be in the lander can, Ronbert. And then I'm going up to the Mark 9, and we'll build on the Mark 9 from here, because this is no way is this like a final build version. But can I just launch that out there and she works? Can I? And then we're going to use the cheaty menu in order to lower gravity here on the surface of Kerbin to test our ability to enter from the bottom of the thing. Oh goodness! Hey, when it's all structurally together as a ring, it's pretty okay even without it. But Alt F12 to get into this menu, hack gravity, drop it down to a 0.01. Close that off, and now we have the lowest gravity we can have on Kerbin. Ronbert, I would like you to exit. Can I exit? I mean, it's fine. You can exit from that side, but can I exit you from here? Okay, drop that. Drop. Nope, none of that. Like, can I get an angle where I can click on this? I'm just left clicking. And that's usually how these things work. You just left click them. And I'm not getting that there, but it does tend to be that you have to be like right there in order to click it. Doesn't look like you can come out that way. Let's have him jump out, let go, and again, we've lowered gravity on Kerbin. And just to see if you have any interaction with the docking port, you don't. Wow, but you just okay, you're attached to that now in space. And then if I can't with you, yeah, just stand there for a second. If you're nearby, and then I can get like a grab on a touch. It's the annoying thing of 0.01 gravity. Is it still some gravity? So we can already see that this is just nasty to have to interact with. If I change my view to, okay, not free necessarily, but what about, okay, you don't have like locked camera mode for the Kerbal, and you are making everyone in chat sick. Why not? So, test 1, I'm saying pretty big fail. I think, you know, in addition to trying to merge through the part in order to be able to click on the part that I need, yeah, I'm not able to click on that. But I did also, in this version of what we made, I did block the node. So let's see if we change that to make the docking port a surface mount part instead, so it's not blocking the node. I mean, it'll be physically blocking the node, but at least not by consuming the node. If I put that on like so, and then I grab with absolute snap, boom, click it, and then we're there. And then another thing that I could try and do to make my life maybe a little bit easier, what if I had the docking port bits like real embedded, and then maybe I can click on it better. Yeah. Okay, so the ring mark 9, are you still in there ready to crew it? You are. Put it back out on the pad. This one, I think we, you know, it has a chance to actually be able to act as our front door, the screen door on our submarine, you know, our decompression chamber, our, what's the other thing? What's the other name for that? Our place where the things happen. So number 1, that's clicking on the node, and that's clicking on you, or that's clicking on the port. So I still can't just click on the port directly. If I get close enough. Yeah, that ain't, it's not allowing me to get in there. Betwixt the twain. So that sucks. I wanted to test first off if I could, like, force him to exit through here. You still are... See, I'm still not there, and then if I go up by 1 extra, you know, roll of the mouse wheel, then we end up there. Pull away, turn back, turn back. It doesn't like me clicking on it. Alright, EVA. Where are you? Here you are. Drop off, give me some RCS. Come on down. Come on down! Yeah, stop doing that weirdness. If you don't mind. And I can't just... And then this is even more difficult. Try to get a Kerbal in a position where I could use this camera in order to see through. I mean, at least I have the chance of being able to, but this is kind of a, this is a pretty clear fail as well. Trying to get a docking scenario. Okay, that don't work. None of that works, which means that he would have to, like, come around to here and get on board from the side while the craft would be rotating. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. Because it just doesn't seem like a thing that you'd ask a Kerbanaut, an astronaut, any kind of a naut to do. But you know, with a Kerbal and you turn their SAS off and then you use their RCS, you could, like, actually they could get their own rotation to match the ship and be able to grab it from above and pull themselves on board. All of those things are, you know, feasible, possible, reasonable-ish. But anything where you have to, like, go around it is gonna be less a, yeah, that's something we could do. No, not really. So, if this doesn't work, then what is our solution? You know? What do we do then? I'd like to test, just let's put it right back out and just test the idea that that hatch is openable if it weren't blocked by a docking port. Not that that helps me any, but I just want to know that we can enter and exit from the bottom of the Mark I crew cabin. Might as well learn something for definite. Other than that, things just don't work that well. Just left-clicking on this hatch ain't doing nothing. Right-clicking ain't doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, there's a hatch on the model, but this is my model, not their model. Come on. Come on. Targeting the ring. Left-clicking is doing absolutely nothing on that hatch. And that is the top. Not the bottom, because we're upside down right here, as we can see from the flag. So you cannot enter via the top of the... enter or exit via the top of that pod. Okay. That's not helpful. That's the opposite of helpful. We know that you can through the Mark II. It's just a lot of weight to add to this thing. Seemingly unnecessarily. The Mark II command can. If I flip that upside down, Got a nice viewport and everything like that. So you got that, and it's a little weird like that. If we were to change it to the version that doesn't have the sides on it, and then we got that little truck, then now we know that you can enter and exit through there. Absolutely. Abso-friggin-la-ootly. And just if we were going to do it that way, let me actually take you off, and then if I rotate you, yeah, that's the right way to rotate. Let's try and find the place where you're dead aligned with something. Okay, no, we're not, that doesn't exist. There we go. That does exist. There we go. Dead aligned with something. It'd be neat to have that view, too, from the bottom bit of it. Not too aggrieved. I just like the splash of color. What can I say, you know? What can I... Don't say anything. Alright, I won't. Back over to the crew here, and of course, just to test what we already know here, I put you in the Mark II lander can, put you out on the pad, and now I should just be able to right-click on the hatch, or left-click on the hatch, regular click on the hatch, and I should get a menu to be able to enter and exit him from Thar. So now we're doing our tests in the correct order. So you, crew hatch, boom, click on it, and then EVA through there, he pops out through there, and then from here, he can F-grab, and he can B-board. Okay? So, oh, Jesus, what have I done? I pressed the 1 button. Don't do that. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Now, if we put a docking port over the top of that, do we still have, we have the problem of being able to click it, surely, but is it even possible? So test 1, if we put it right over the node, and then the embedding didn't help me last time, but fuck it, we'll try it. Try it again. And actually, the further out that it comes, the more I should be able to, like, merge through it. Would be the idea. Just looking for if there's a cool looking merge point. Couple little ladder arms there sticking through. Alright. Whatever. So let's give that a try. You're still in there? You are, Ronbert. Our default de facto test Kerbal. We've thrown him at the surface of Kerbin at from a height of, from Mimicite, 46 million miles above the surface of Kerbin, in a 0.2 ton little glider, and he never died. This man is invincible, is what we've decided. I don't like what he's doing there. Kind of weird, Chucky. I don't need that in my life, Ronbert. So if I come to you and I merge through, and then I click directly on the middle bit, I think it's blocked in a way that I'm not allowed to access it. Okay, yep, just like that. Exactly what I bought. Let's see. He can be bored from there. Doesn't look like he can F-grab. But he can be bored. You gonna be bored? Okay, stop bouncing your head and stuff. Come back to us. Thank you. I'm just gonna turn SAS off for a minute. And then, isn't there... Like, I never use it. But ain't there a way to rotate your Kerbal... V? No, well, camera free. Maybe that is important. Maybe it matters. But G, B, like there's, I thought there were other buttons that I could, oh, it's the mouse, isn't it? It's the mouse. There's a version of this that follows the mouse. Yes, 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 yes. So, if I do like that, mouse drag, I remember complaining about this, that this isn't, what are we doing? But yeah, we can now align our Kerbal, and then the thing is, like, I can't give him his own rotation. There's a lot of limitations, basically, on this jetpack system. So if we got up here, I'm just curious if he actually does get the option to grab a ladder. Yes, F, if he's in the right orientation. So he can grab, and he can board through there. So that is a potential solution for our docking needs. I hope KSP2 will have some other types of life in it besides the Kerbals. KSP1 feels lonely. Yeah, so does the solar system, doesn't it? Hello, Maximum Carnage, by the way. Yeah, so that works, technically. And now we just gotta, like, decide what we want. Hey, Jeb is back. How you doing? Like, is this the solution that we like? Is it a solution that anybody likes? If I, like, number one, let me make you a little bit longer and see about that. You know what I might like here? Let me just have a look at this. If I go back to the orange short on you, and then I grab you, pull you off, and then I go grab another T12 structural tube and put you on and leave you white. And is that... It just looks like you did what you just did. Yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe it would look more like, and then that's part of this, and then it comes out of that, and then that's a part of that, and it doesn't really do it for me. Doesn't really do it for me. If I were to make you double long white instead... I mean, it's neat that you've got like a 0G control chamber down here. You know, it's looking at stuff. I don't think the double length is making me happy in any sense. If it's right up there, it's a bit right up your ass is what it is. But you know, it's getting it done. Sometimes you got to put something up your ass in order to get it done. White. I like the splashy color. I'm sorry. Wait, no I'm not. I don't apologize. How am I doing is a loaded question. What gives me hope is the other star systems being included. If I recall correctly, they said there will be surprises on other places like Dres. I have no idea how I'm doing. I'm just here. That's good. That's very good. Don't waste your time trying to figure out how. Just be. This, like, my next test would be, what if I just put it on like that? What if I just had it, you know, just doing its thing? And what if it were aligned with the actual craft there? And then we've got the big connection. You know, my other concern is the small connection. I would like... I hate the idea of, you know, you build craft and then if they don't have a big docking port on them, then they can't come aboard. You know? You know what I'm saying? But I don't know that there's a good way around that, considering that we want this to be a rotating space station. And I would like it to remain rotating. It's not the kind of thing where, okay, everybody, you know, whoop, 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 just want to let you know, we're going to be stopping gravity for a minute, so if you've got anything that's going to float away, duct tape it to the floor, you know. Once you get it rotating, you leave it rotating, and anybody who needs to dock comes up to it, matches the rotation, and then docks, which will be a fun thing for me to get to do that, you know, I think I'll enjoy that quite a bit. But I don't want to limit us to just being a big docking port. But then, like, on the smaller docking ports, where Kerbal could just barely squeeze through kind of a thing, you know, I guess you could have two different chambers and one is built into the other kind of a deal, right? It's possible. You could engineer that. And then there's an outer one that, and yeah, you could do that. And grab from there, and then the inner one undoes, and then if you grab from there, then the outer one undoes. Yeah. It's possible. That being said, the important bit here, I think, would be that we don't want to block the node part of that thing. If we block the node, then I would question whether or not the large docking port would work anymore. But if you've got a small docking port nested in a large docking port, you can engineer that. You can absolutely engineer that. So now the question comes down to, can a Kerbal board with that being where it is? I don't think I even like it where it is. A little bit up. If I could hide the yellow tape. Doesn't look like the yellow tape's going to be hidden. If I could put it in a neat place. That's kind of, yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that the tape is merging through just along those lines. Can I have it down just a little bit more? Yeah, baby. That makes it look like it's a one thing. So let's put this back out on the pad with our test Kerbal to see if they can still access it. So Ronbert, back into the Mark II lander. Save this as the Mark IX. This might be our solution. I hate to put something that's this heavy on the thing, just so that we can have a docking port that is also a proper decompression chamber where a Kerbal can access space and come aboard and things like that. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The things that I've done is what you're gonna do. All right. So wait a second. On the crew hatch, I'm able to click on the crew hatch there, like it's, and I can just EVA. Hatch obstructed, can't exit. Oh shit. Okay. Let's EVA through the normal way. Or, yeah, through that one. Yep, and then, right, and then the whole game dies because it can't figure out the shape of the world. Stop getting stuck to things, you silly. It's almost like you're not supposed to have near zero G on the surface of Kerbin or something. Weird. SAS on. Yeah, you can just get close enough and click the board button. Yeah, the board button. Hey. Wake the fuck up! I don't know, like maybe we could have increased the value of, you know, impact where Kerbal ceases to be controllable from like 0.000001 fucking kilonewtons of force. Of not kilonewton, you want to be newtons. But he can board through there still. He can't exit through it though, which is a little disappointing. EVA. Hatch obstructed. We'll be spinning. You exit that side. Let's see if we can't get that to not detect itself as obstructed. I don't know. I like the look of it. I really like the look of it. And I'm hoping that we can use all of these docking ports. Okay. Do I just live with it? I might just live with it. You can't exit through there, but you can enter through there. I mean, there is an exit on the side. The exiting process is not as much an issue. You got something that potentially works here. If I grab you and play around, like, you're at the perfect height, though, I think. Like, you're at exactly the kind of height that you'd be looking for to not block the operation of the larger one, but still allow for the operation of the smaller one. Yeah. I will move you up even further. Just to see. Like right when those lines disappear entirely, boom. So if that's the place for it, which still looks viable, does it? Yeah, I would say so. Would you say so? I could, yep, I could be, let's just test that. Because I could go with that if that works, if we can get him in and out through there. But clearly the game is doing at least some kind of hitbox testing, because we're not actually attached by any of these nodes, I don't believe. Maybe we are. But we were able to... Well, I never tested that before. I'll tell you what, Vaughn, what? Make sure that you're not attached via node here. Get yourself an absolute snap. Click it. And then refine that height, where just right after all the little lines that are popping through, like right there, when that disappears, the next pixel up. Okay, that's your spot, and you've given it all of the all that it should need to be able to actually function now. What up? Can you name the Kerbals, and if so, how much for the monies? With the, I don't. There should be an Alt F12 option for that, right? But, and then, you dig? I mean, I liked it. Like we had a mod for it. It was real convenient and everything. But save, and then are you still in the seat? You are? Good. Back out there. We had a mod for it. It was real convenient. It was a cool thing. I would like to be able to do it again. But let's look in the Alt F12. Can I rename them? Can I just straight rename Kerbals? Because it used to be through Alt F12 that you could spawn Kerbals in and name them at the time of creation, but I don't know if you were able to just rename Kerbals. Pretty sure you can't rename Jeb and Bob and all of those regardless, which is fine. Let's go back to the Alt F12 and find out. So cheats, physics contracts, Kerbals, inventory, Kerbals. We've got Ronbert right here. Crew assigned 7.75. I can't like click on him there at all. Ignore Kerbal EVA construction mass limit. Inventory, that doesn't help. Create. Yeah, I can only create new Kerbals. I can't edit ones that we already have. And I have done that for Pika-Pup after he like donated, Jesus Christ, I can't remember how many subs. I believe they were tier 2 subs and kind of thing. And I did it unasked. I just did it because it's like, I'm going to be nice to Pika-Pup. He was nice to me. And so I did that thing by manually editing the text file. Could do with a dipshit Kerman for the suicide mission. But that means, you know, restarting the game, I believe. Probably. Okay, so this was the test. We wanted to see if I can now EVA through that hatch. Can't exit, hatch is obstructed. So I feel like the reason why it's obstructed is because we've added in the Claypatron Docking Port Junior. When the Junior wasn't there, the hatch was able to, I don't know, maybe it was always obstructed. I don't think we managed to test that. But yeah, I cannot have a Kerbal be able to exit in that direction. Hey, what are you gonna do? Cool. Apparently this is what you're going to be able to do. This is a thing. Okay, can I... Right, though, but... Alright, you just maintain that. That's okay. I mean, I can still steer you, apparently. Well, no, that's the wrong direction now, so... Okay, almost got it, and there you go. Fucking Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you. And then, if I wanted to, I could do that, but we're in SAS mode. If I get you close enough, then you can be bored through that entrance. Damn. That hatch will, yeah. Well, we imagine it opens from the... And then you can just barely squeeze a Kerbal helmet through the hole, huh? I guess. The whole damn thing is going to have to open. It's fine. It covers all of our needs. Alright. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. I think that's our solution. I think that's what we got to do. We got to do something like that, and apparently this is what we're doing. And now it bothers me that this thing is kind of like right there, you know? Number one, is there room for me to drop you down a little bit? Yes, there is. And then there's just that little bit of clearance between each thing. Other thing to bear in mind then is what happens when we collapse these. Pay no mind to the rings themselves, friends. You know, we don't have proper clearance for the hinges to move, but that's okay because those hinges they're whatever size that Kerbal allows me to have the hinges. You know, what am I gonna do? What could I possibly? Well, you could take these. Oh god, you've got ideas, dude. You could take these and then like slide them up a little bit, like with a half shift, with a half snap rather. Shift hold half snap up. And that still doesn't give you full clearance, but it does get that a little bit higher. And now these don't even like contact this. Did they ever? I don't think they did, friend. Well, that's a problem, is it? Yes. Why? Because we want to imagine that these connect this interior, so when you board, you'd board from here, you go up into there, there is room to squeeze by once you take off that giant friggin' Kerbal helmet, and then you can, you know, crawl your way via the ladders. And I love the idea of, you know, it would be really fun to experience what that feels like to, I mean, I guess all you'd have to do is go to a carnival and be the guy in charge of one of those rides, the ones that spin around kind of thing. But to experience what it's like to go from 0G, grab onto a ladder, and then as you're coming down, there's more and more gravity. You know, there's more and more the effect of gravity as you come down. That'd be really fucking interesting. And then to be able to go back up and be like, but yeah, that does, with a problem, does do make to, with the making of problems make. Also, if I lifted that up a bit, then that means we may have lost clearance on our antennas, because those were, I made those as tight as I could possibly make them. So here's going to be this problem. If I grab you and bring you into the point where you're actually, you know, believably touching or something like that. Wait, pawn. Because that's going to change, like, the distance for all of these, and we've already worked it out pretty fucking perfectly. So if I undo that, we're still good on all these connections. Yes. We've tested its ability to assemble and everything, at least on the pad. What you do here, pawn, is what you did out here, except with a smaller part. We're imagining that there is some kind of, you know, suction. On the ladder, your feet and hands would appear to be pushed sideways off the rungs, so that'd be pretty sketch. Well, it's spinning out and you're getting velocity in a certain direction and everything. I don't know. Yeah, it would be really fucking weird, wouldn't it? What were you thinking? I was thinking fill the space is the thing. Fill the space with something nice and light and that fills the space. So back to mass. These things are pretty light once you empty them. I've got a little RCS fuel tank there. The Oscar B. Apparently this is 0.275 tons is sorted by mass. 0.27 is less than 0.22. It's Kerbal Space Program for you. 0.23, 0.27, 0.22, 0.23. But then, so shouldn't it go U, then U? With the, I mean, it might be, I think it has something to do with, like, their dry weight. But that means that this is the lightest thing dry. We've already consumed that node attaching to there, haven't we? And you just confirm that that's the case. Yeah, I get no snapping going on there, so that node's already gone. Doesn't have to be. But again, we're in the exact right friggin' perfect right, right? Perfect. If I took you off, and then I attached you surface mount, which direction do I need to be doing this in? You don't even have that. Like over here, you could do it. Okay. Get rid of you. No, that's the wrong one. That is exactly the wrong one. Put that back. You're the one. You're not the one for me now. You're not the one for me now. If I do it in threes, I attach you here via surface mount. I can now use absolute snapping. I think it would. Wait, no. The absolute snap should still be exactly the same, and it's not, so hooray for that. Wow, you've just managed to disappear entirely in there. Incredible. Give me a local snap, pull you up by one, pull you up by one, and then if I get rid of the old one, and then pull you back down on the local snap, okay, maybe by a half tick, yeah, except for you're in 2x symmetry mode instead of 3. Oh, isn't that cute? Didn't you just fuck me? Didn't you just straight fuck me there? How did you manage to even do? So you, like, remove from symmetry and go fuck yourself. I mean, it's fine-ish, because it's all going to be broken down in one-piece sections and then sent up there and blah, 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 blah. But, you know... No, I want the 3-sided symmetry, which means, again, I'm going to have to do everything that I just did a fucking again. So you got a bit of a snap. I just got to make sure that I'm attaching to the, yep, to you. And then it says 3-sided symmetry. It shows 3-sided symmetry. Click. And it shows that I'm attaching to the part that I thought I was attaching to. So let's hope that's right. With absolute snap. Click. That'll pull you to dead center. Pull you up to there. Drag you back. Pretty much there. And then with a local snap, pull you off. Get rid of the old one. Throw you away. Grab you. Local snap up. And that's in the correct position. Should be. Things still look good from out here. So that was all just to get it right into the position and get our nodes back so that I would have the option of doing that. And then I can drain the liquid fuel from you. And then you got that going on. You're not, why though? So I'll grab you with a rotation. And with a local snap, align the lines. You're not, nope, that's, okay, because it's, so you go away. Like I got it nope, this way. And then the lines line up. I drain you of the liquid fuel. And we've got a ridiculous amount of, yeah. We just have to pretend that that's not happening. And then when we fold it up, what am I looking at here? What am I looking at down here? Is the thing. I'd really like it to be a shorter piece that just fills the space. Let's try the Oscar B. make you white. I won't. Drop the oxidizer and the liquid fuel. Yeah, that seems more like I can get behind it. More me being able to get behind it. Am noticing this bit. So if I take you off, and then I take this, and I rotate you round, and then we've got the clamp is like right in the middle of that thing. What if I rotated you? Yes, it's never gonna give you up. Never gonna, like, if I put it over here, then you're always gonna be in a, I'm just trying to get it so that the ladder isn't impacted. And that the model isn't eating the, so it's never gonna happen, is what we're saying here. That's what we're finding out right here, is that you're never gonna get that ladder clear and not have this in the way of something. It's just the visuals model kind of thing, so we live with it. Not having it in the ladder, better than the other options. I mean, sure, the hinge is like in the docking port, so there's that, but I'm gonna make concessions here. And so yeah, that's how all that does that. Put you back on. And like, I'll probably be putting those back on in just a second. Yeah, you probably will. And then what if you were aligned with something? Some kind of an angle here. I was also thinking that for this part, maybe, even though it's a little bit excessive, maybe we give it a docking port, with the idea that we could replace this this component if we ever came up with like a better idea for it. We got you there, and then spin you around to be, I mean, the idea though that you had it where you had it, because it lines up with one of the arms, and you want it to line up with one of the arms. Which would mean taking the whole thing and rotating it. Which would be fine. If I made you the root part, that doesn't save anything. Doesn't help us. If I then do like that. Okay. You're on an axis now. That's what I'm looking for, is for it to be on some kind of an axis. Do we still have clearance of our antennae? It does not look like we do. Let me confirm that by grabbing this and spinning it over. And we do not have clearance for the antenna. The antenna is. So if I grab you absolute, just tick you up by one more, then you have just enough clearance to get past those antennas. Take you back off. Nope, just one, thanks. And the way this is supposed to line up, it doesn't. Well, what are you gonna do? You're going to grab it and rotate it manually is what you're going to do. In fact, the better way to do that would be I put it on this line, and then I come. Oh, shit. Well, you line up perfectly there. I mean, almost. Grab you, And then manually, nope, 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 nope. There you go. Get it right in line with those antennas. Damn near. Bearing in mind that the camera is a factor here as well, it's going to give us whatever it likes, but that's pretty damn close. And then I grab you guys and spin you twice, and now you should be exact opposite of that, which is important because when we collapse it all down, and when these things aren't here, which I'm not going to take them out, when these go up, we can collapse that all the way up and not be touching anything. It's a nice tight little tight with a tight. It's that we get. It's tight right there is what happens. Tightly is how it goes. Steady as she goes. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Hello, would you have any news on KSP2? If it will be better than KSP... No, I have no news. KSP2 is still vaporware as far as I'm concerned. Believe it when I see it. That's a good perspective to have. Anything you want out of KSP2, start modding KSP1 now, because who knows. I think that gets us the thing. I'm still just not a huge fan of the fact that we got to have this big old sumbitch here just in order to have like an entrance and exit point that will work for a Kerbal to be able to board and for both of our, you know, potential docking scenarios where a Kerbal could, where refueling, but where a Kerbal could come aboard to the main ship, because we can also have, like, if there's fuel attached to the station, that could be out that way, and then there could be a docking port out here where you can attach if you're just here to refuel, kind of a thing. But I did want to handle, and we have, I did want to handle the idea of, you know, how we gonna dock these boys, yo? How do these boys dock? And just see about that target angle, and then you end up, you know, you're something like, if I wanted it to not hit the ladder, then it'd have to be straight up at 90s and stuff like that. I'm not going to worry about it. Are you not going to worry about it? Well, maybe I'll worry about it a little bit. Let me just my own standards, whatever they are, making them up as I go. Local. And if I bring you in, and then there, see? It's just those little touches make me happy. That's the other thing. If I put you back down, I am saying that I don't like that does that, but then these would have to be down further. Like if I lowered those and lifted those, you know what I'm saying? No, nobody knows what you're saying. You're speaking in your own little language there. If I lowered this, on a snap, local snap though, carefully, maybe a shift snap for the final one. How low do we go? See, it's a lot, but it's actually, no, that's fine. Do you link up there? No, because then you're down. Well, just listen to me while you make these weird noises. Really? You want me to? Like, if I've got that right there, and that's where our hinges end, and then these guys, on a snap, local, pull up, I mean, maybe no snap even. It lines you up pretty nicely. It's got the hinge right where the hinge is, but what actually happens with the hinge? Where do we end up with these target angles now? Yeah, because you're not out far enough. At the end, changes how we come up. You're really tight to the ship there. I like it the other way. Yeah, I think that's the one, and then we bring it back down, and we're there. Other way to go on that would be to make it even smaller. No, it's fine. It's fine, 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 fine. Okay. It's a robotic deploying, take itself apart, assemble itself in space, ring, station, Mark 9. Is there anything else that needs to be here? Is there a damn other thing that damnly needs to damn it be here? So, where we are with this now is the idea of its rotation, right? How the hell does this thing, you know, rotate? If we have one motor, because I don't have any rotors down here anymore, if we've got one rotor that's going in any direction at 10 RPM, then that's going to be each side of this receiving some amount of spin, some amount of torque. You know, it's not just going to like hold in one place, apply torque to that, and then, no, whichever's heavier is going to control what's going on there. Which means that we need another boy on the other side. And so my idea at this point is to rotate this and try and hold this steady, you know? So the idea would be to be twisting 10 per whatever from the, I don't know if this is going to work, is what I'm saying. You need it. That's long story short, TLDR. I'm not even sure really which, like if it needs to be changed, which side we're torquing from. I don't know nothing. You know nothing? I don't know nothing. Because I've not done this before. So with robotics, it was it the light duty or was it the standard? It's the standard. And whatever it is, we're going to do the opposite version. Like if you're doing clockwise at 10 and you're doing clockwise at 10, but you're upside down, that should be basically counterclockwise. So what I would, oops, Control Z, throw you away. What I would do is take you off, give me a copy of this, put you back on, grab this, flip it upside down, and there she blows. There's only one side in Unity. There is not inside Unity. You cannot make a donut in Unity. But what's this? Hit. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to go, but the idea would be to, instead of having the ring be the thing that spins and everything around it stays stationary, instead of having a rotor on this side that twists and a rotor on this side that twists, and that implicitly keeps everything stationary, we try and hold this stationary and twist everything outside of it. That's the concept. And ooh, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself. We could all use a little change. How would you test that on? Yeah. How would you test that on? On to the Mark 10. So we'll need some clamps. Some clamps to hold it, to start anyway, with holding it. In fact, maybe what we want to do is hold it more like that. I got my clamp. This is wrong. You want a clamp from this side so that an absolute snap will work. Okay, never mind, just use them as a surface mount part where it's not perfect, something like that. It'd be kind of hilarious if you fall victim to the tennis racket. If you fall victim to the tennis racket theorem, you start flipping around when it spins. Just slap some panels on the ring and call it quits. So sorry, why would I do that, big bio roots Kerman? And the panels will be constantly rotating, trying to find the position where they can see the solden. But so, if we then, so save there, open, I load in the lawn chart quick loader, which I believe we've done before. Oh god. It's a few parts is the thing, the lawn chart quick loader. And what I had to do, what did I even manage? Oh, you didn't. You just like, you had to attach it like this, because it's not built as a sub-assembly yet. But it will be. So, with the correct thing. So, the lawn chart, mark whatever. Lawn chart mark whatever? Yep, that's the one. Shit. And then, you know, looks like it could be something something with the something-y something. Same vessel interaction. Yeah, go ahead for that. Alright. It's a thing for now. Don't worry about those if you don't know what they are. They're just the most awesome thing you've ever seen. Space helicopter, space pirate. We're going to... Yeah, save for testing, that's fine. So we'll save it for testing, and then the idea will actually be, we've got 0.1, or maybe it's 0.01 gravity here at Kerbin right now. We load it out. I use RCS in order to just get us going up, and then we can test something. Well, it's just in Atmo, apparently. But we're going to need... We don't need anybody on board for this, actually. Yeah, but we will, because Ronbert, he volunteers even when we're not calling, asking. He's just like, can I go? So Ronbert, you get in there, and you can be down there, I suppose. Where am I even controlling from on this thing? Like, where do I want to be controlling from? This will be upside down if I'm there. We've got our main probe core is there. Yeah. So your alignment is now very weird too. Yeah, I've kind of fucked everything up here. So I'll reroute to you. Yep. Yep. And then, yeah, you're at that weird angle. Hey, what are you gonna do? That's fine. So, load that out on the pad. And then let's see what happens. Yarhar fiddle dee. Okay. Because what I imagine would happen, like, the problem that I imagine is if you don't have the same mass on either side of something that you're rotating from hither or thither, then without very fine control of how much torque that you're applying from either engine, then you're just going to kind of be doing everything. Nothing will be stable. Everything will be rotating, is the idea in my head anyway. But we've got the RPM set there. Torque limit is set to 0%. Okay, we're going. That's not... Didn't realize that was locked. Motor is engaged. Motor disengaged. I wanted to... Right. So you're just always on, is the deal. Okay. It's not what I intended at all. I might need to make some action groups for this. But okay. Arceus on, and... K is that. You're that. H will... Ooh. H will move me up. So we're going to release... And I'm going to use our monoprop to send us up. Oh, we're getting some force of lift from up there as well. Okay. Like, zero gravity is actually a fair bit of gravity, is the thing. So I'm just going to keep holding H right now. Maybe we could SAS to try and hold upright as well. F. Hold right there. Well, no. Hold right there. That's my spot. And I'll just hang on to that, and the idea would be, let's give torque limits, very little torque, 1 on you. Motor engaged. Torque limit 1. And now what we should end up getting is the center bit holding while the ring starts to spin. Okay, we are losing SAS here. I guess I'll have to control that myself then. Because of the torque. Lots of monoprop. It is working. Obviously the much heavier bottom bit is going to take a lot longer to get up to speed. Can I just hold prograde? Any chance that that would work? And you can try and hang on to something there. So let's torque limit this up to, let's go to 10. And then U to 10. And the idea is that once they even out, the center should stop rotating, and this should be left rotating. Maybe we need to go up to some serious torque. I'll give you max torque, and I'll give you max torque. So your current RPM is 10, your current RPM is 10. If you are both rotating at 10, you're not. You're rotating this at 10. Alright, we've got enough height, I'm killing that. If I rotation direction counterclockwise, I presume that's going to not help. That's going to get just the middle bit spinning. Hey, there you go. You know, if that were at all what we wanted, which of course it isn't. Invert your direction. Yeah, if both of you agree, then we get all of our rotation translated to the middle. So that's how we could get the space station to, you know, spin on its ring, but then we just have the problem of where those rotational bits actually exist and how they break. This certainly seems to work, though. To have the middle bit rotate and then everything else stays stable, just two of them 10 like that. But my idea was to do it from the outside in, and it doesn't seem to be a thing that can be done. Rotation direction counterclockwise. You know, perhaps it can be balanced. to where if this guy's RPM were increased... See, but you're just ending up giving that more. You're at 5. Let's try 12. Oh, it will only go in increments of 10, huh? It's because this is the heaviest bit, the rotation force is being, you know, there. Being put there. Yep. Starting to do something, huh? RCS off. You can hold SAS there if you can. Or maybe SAS needs to be off for this to work. Maybe the SAS has been fighting against us the whole time. Could be as simple as that. Because when we were at literally 1 torque, which I apparently can't have here. Oh no, that was 1 torque, right. So we had 10, but then it was the amount of torque. When we were at like 1 torque that you were allowed to have, and we were at 1 torque that you were allowed to have, we, it looked like we were actually holding the center in place. But you know, we'd never get up to the speed that we needed. If I go for you at 25 torque, I should hold both of them up. You there. You there. 100 torque on you. Lock, no. Motor engaged. Motor disengaged. Motor engaged. Yeah, so I just think that this is just not going to work to get the end to spin, hold this steady, and spin that, just because of the varying masses of it. But when we were doing it the other way around, this is what's, you know, crazy to me. When we were doing it the other way around, if I invert the direction, let's say, of you, then we can hold everything else steady and just be rotating this in the middle. Which means that we do need to do what I had done before, which was rotate, you know, have the ring in the middle of 2 different sections and rotate inward. The other question, though, that I have, because this is Kerbal Space Program, is what if I changed the orientation of each of these guys? What if these standard rotors were both flipped so that they're inside out? Don't with physics consider this necessarily, but with its Kerbal Space Program. I think we need to look at that. Let's revert flight to the vehicle assembly. I will put both of those upside down, because the fact that we can get the center to do exactly what we want, I would think that we could get the same forces to work in the other direction in KSP. So if I flip you upside down, put you back on, and then take that off, flip you upside down, put you back on, and then let's just put that right back out onto the pad. I would think that we could get this, the exact opposite to happen. But I absolutely entertain that we can't. Just gotta look at it. Out on the pad. And RCS on H, H, H. I'm gonna release. I'm going to create a lot of upward force. And then we're going to start playing with these things again. So I'm going to have you over here as the lower bottom. I have you up here, upper left. Yeah. So we've both got an RPM limit. We're both in clockwise mode, but we're upside down of one another, which should, you know, handle that kind of a thing. And then we just need to give the motor some amount of torque. So, sorry? What happened? Apparently, like, I clicked on something or something? Okay. Yeah, here. Up to the SAS. Just trying to give us some upward force that we can play with it without having it crash back down into the surface. Although I'm sure many of you would enjoy that much more. There we go. SAS. Is gravity hacked? Or yes, we've Alt F12'd and we've reduced gravity to the lowest that you can on Kerbin, which is still some gravity, which is why I'm trying to just get us away from the ground so that we can do some testing. We got 9 meters per second of upward velocity. I'm going to turn RCS off, turn SAS off, and then let's see what happens when we give these things a little bit of torque. Let's, at the bottom, say 10, and up here, 10. And we're trying to get the center bit to stop and translate all of the 10 RPM into, you know, this part of things. Which is not happening here, so I'm going to change the rotation direction. And now we've managed to stop everything but the inside. So that's what we've got to do, apparently. And I'll just have to build something that makes my brain happy, where sure we've got these rotors, but the rotors are hidden inside some other construction, and so it's like, it's got to be something where you could like walk past the rotational deal on the inside or something like that just for me. But we can get everything either side to sit and do nothing and then spin just the middle bits. When the middle bit is this heaviest thing, you know, because this is presumably the lightest thing that we've got going right there, is that going to be problematic? Is it still not going to work, is the question. But it doesn't look like we can get this going the other way. I do kind of want to play with it just a little bit more to see that if I were to say, change the RPMs, like if everybody's got, here, have full torque. You can torque the hell out of this thing if you can get the torque, you can torque the fuck out of it. Is there a balance, though, of like, by setting the RPM limit? If I set it on you to be 20. And then if we're looking at it and it should telling us the current RPM is 20. If we set it to 5. And it's neat that everything spins constantly, but that's not really doing what we want from it if your rotation direction were reversed. If they weren't opposed, what does that end up looking like? I mean, with one clockwise and one counterclockwise, yeah. Alright, the only thing that looks like it's going to work here is if we move the ring to the center of the two, and then maybe we've got a chance where we can make this thing work. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do, then. Now we know, and knowing is all of the knowing that needs to be known, and then we'd know it. is what would happen there. So what we're going to do is live stream break. We're going to have ourselves a 7-minute live stream break. When I come back, we will do a thing that I was trying to avoid, which is why, you know, we went this route, which is take one of these rotors and do something with it where it's buried in such a way that something and the other. You know, that, I mean, it means that our docking port down here isn't going to rotate, which sucks, because I really liked the idea of having to, like, get your ship going and then rotate and match the rotation of the thing and then and dock in. That would be really fucking cool. But if we use that and then we spin something else, so we'd have to spin, like, this whole, the docking port itself, and then have that embedded and buried in the middle where it's rotating that from, and then this would just hold in the... That's kind of cool, though, for the view from, like, inside the station. That's kind of neat. You know, I can get behind some of these concepts if I'm required by law. The other thing is, why weren't you doing... Why didn't you, like, align those? And then that's actually got some kind of alignment to some directionality to something, somewhere. Something. But yeah, live stream break, and then we come back, and we'll figure it out. So, stick with me across these 7 to 9, occasionally, minutes. And when we come back, we'll move the ring to the center bit and see if we can't get this thing to spin the way that we want it to, where the only thing that spins is the ring, and especially the solar panels, you know, stay where they are. So don't go anywhere, 7-minute break, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. That's as good as that's going to get unless I change my lighting solution. Welcome back, where all of my webcam set. It just changes over time. I think the bulbs get dimmer and something, etc. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program, where we're building a ring space station, trying to make it spin in order to impart rotational force to simulate gravity for the Kerbals that would be occupying the ring. It looks like this right now. Pay no mind to this bit. This is our platform for Kerbal return vessels, each of which is about 1/3 of a ton, I think somewhere around there. And when we deploy, it's damping? No, when we deploy, the angle, no, when the motor it's engaged, it's motorized, yes, it's locked, yeah, it's not locked. And when we do that, we can deploy them like that. We push them off, and then a Kerbal can descend from min-miss heights in one of these things, sitting in just one of these little bike seats here, and be perfectly fine, and nothing explodes. It took us like 4 live streams to do that. I have in the back of my head the idea that with our Sunday Kerbal creative builds that we've been doing, that I would like to start up a series on that. We've got so many big builds going right now, but micro machines. I'm so interested in building small and subtle and tweaking and stuff like that, that micro machines would be my idea for a continuous creative build series we could do on the streams here. But for now, what we're working on is this ring space station, and we just took it out, hacked the game, Alt F12, in order to pull up the developer's cheat menu, and turn gravity off at Kerbal as low as we can get it anyway, and then we gave it a test to see if we can get it spinning. And indeed we did get it spinning, but not in the right places. Now, this was always a thing in the back of my head from when I just, started thinking about Ring Space Station and Kerbal Space Program. We can quite easily, impart this with the correct rotation in order to, make it work in reality. I'll work backwards to that point. What I'm, thinking of is just the problem comes down to the center of mass. Wherever we've got 2 rotors here, and the idea is to spin these rotors opposed to one another at the same RPM. And if they're achieving the same RPM, then we should be able to get something to spin, to spin in the middle while the bits at the end stay perfectly still. But, the problem becomes, what is the most massive piece that is attached here? And this apparently weighs more than this, is what I would think. And this obviously weighs more than both of them. So from those more massive points, we can impart the spin that we need in order to make this center bit rotate. If this were in the middle of the 2 of these, and if I'm, wrong here, because I'm just thinking it through, but this has always been in the back of my mind. If this were in the middle of these 2, this is still the most massive part. So if we, give 10 RPM to each one of these rotors, it will spin both of those things at 10 RPM, and we will sit perfectly still in the middle because we are the center of mass. This is the most massive part. It can twist outward to make the lighter weight things move, but if we want to impart rotation to it in the middle while holding those still, we can't do that in Kerbal. What we could do in reality, and in Kerbal temporarily, is we could impart spin to those bits in the directions that they needed to be, and then we could impart spin to the whole space station via monoprop, just get the whole thing, rotating, get this to the speed that we want it to, and then the RPM, the rotations that are coming off of our rotors would, be holding these still, so to speak, by countering the rotation of our, actual rotation. So we could do this in reality. Problem with a ring space station in Kerbal is that every time you enter the scene or time warp, you lose all of that rotational velocity that you had. And what I would like from a space station, from this LKO space station, is that whenever we approached it, we load the scene in, and even if it's not spinning when we load it in, it will just automatically come back up to speed and be the way that it's supposed to be without us having to, you know, fuck around with that sort of a thing. So, that being the case, if that's the case, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's always going to be an issue. Wherever our most massive part is, we are going to be able to rotate everything that's less massive, but we're not going to be able to get this thing to have, you know, all of the spin and those to sit steady. If that do be the case, as I believe it to be, then we need basically a completely different design for the space station. Happily, this middle bit, if I just momentarily take off everything that side of the rotor, I guess, pull you off. This middle bit is not as heavy as it might appear. It's made out of some pretty light parts. Breaks down to about 12.2 tons. Now, in terms of fuel, because we did want the space station to eventually carry fuel for us, 12.2 tons. What's our... There's an 18-ton tank. There's a 16-ton tank. Looking for the ones that are column-like. But basically, if we had one of these on one side and one of them on the other side, and they were holding the liquid fuel, then suddenly we've got 2 points that are more massive than the center bit, and we can spin the center bit, because we'll be imparting that force from the, you know, 2 separately rotored location. We can impart that force to the lighter weight thing, but these fuel tanks would have to remain full. Is the problem with that, or at least would have to remain more than 12 tons, which means that you have to always have 12 tons of fuel sitting there doing nothing on either side just to hold the damn thing where it is. You have to have ballast either side of it. Now, the way that I've done this monoprop, like, if we were to rip that off, and we can, like, I'll put this back together. We'll make sure that it's saved as the Mark 10. We go on to the Mark 11. In case I end up saving anything else, I pull you back off. I take our monoprop off. And we'd have to have some monoprop on there, but now we're back down to 10.8 tons on that. This would actually be part of the rotored system, I believe, in you know, a different version of what we're doing here. So I'm just going to yank off all of that as well. Now we're down to 9.3 tons, so we'd have to get 10 tons either side of the thing. And at 10 tons, one of these, either side, manages to overpower the weight of it. But again, it's wasted ballast, that kind of a thing. We can reduce the weight even more by eliminating our you guys. These things do need to have their own monoprop on them. I'll just ignore that one for now. If I were to just put you back on, what are we down to? 9 tons. Like, we have to have ballast, which sucks. It sucks that we have to have ballast, but we do. For this to work the way that we would want it to. How much of the equipment in here, like, each of these parts does need to be able to control itself because we've got an idea of how it assembles in space. I don't feel bad yanking it all apart because we've got it saved elsewhere. We've got an SAS unit in there, which, yeah. We've got the probe core, and we've got a little battery. Yeah, one little battery in there. Those are all necessaries. Having some monoprop is important because it will want to be able to position itself as it goes. This is more monoprop than we'd really need here, but it does have to be somewhere. Done it, dough. So I've got you there, and then I attach you to there. Yeah, we're at 9 tons if we move the battery banks out as well. And then if you are 9 tons, and if I were to grab from, say, do I need that? Yeah, you just leave that on. But if I were to grab you, and I think if I hold shift, I can just remove that part. That was supposed to be there, but whatever. Then I attach you to here. So from 9 tons, we go up to 10.3. So this can be part of the tonnage. that can be ballast, ostensibly. And we could go up to 4 of them so that there's 2 on either side. And if this whole construction here adds... Whoops. That would be... And then, yeah, that's right. Adds 1.3 tons, more or less. Then we'd get 1.5 tons there. See, now that's getting interesting to me. Is it? Yes. So, if I yank you guys off... Oh, we had such beautiful lighting on it, too. And had 2 of you here, and give me a absolute snap just to find some kind of a primary position. Pull you back in. Nice and tight. Nah. Let it hang out a little bit. Okay. If you're attached to there, then these guys didn't line up for reasons that are reasons. Huh. I can't attach directly to you, I have to attach to this. So I've got you there. Just adjusting our lighting. Really should wait until the end to put the lights back on, Fawn, because there's a lot of things that, you just don't worry about me. Something for reasons. Just don't you... Something with the other. So if I do that, and then I do for an absolute snap, that absolute snap should match the absolute snap of the other part. Den D, with a subscription, 25 months, that's almost 2 years. I like that joke. Den D, thank you so much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Wait a second, though. If I have a absolute snap like that, and then I pull you out on a half snap, and then I push you in on a half snap, if that works well enough, then I can easily recreate that over here, is the idea. And yes, I'm back to... Oh, you can easily recreate that over here, can you? Just shut up. See, I'm back to this. I didn't even think about like where it should go or anything like that. I just turned it on. Just turned it on with the sub-goal thing. And indeed, yeah, see, now you're not actually... What the fuck, though? If you're on that side and you... Well, pull it up one. Yeah, no, it matches. It matches like you had intended. Good. 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 Is it good? It's good. Yeah, that's very good. Okay. Yeah. You see that I'm offering that's when we hit 100 subs, I'll do some cluster truck again. I've been wanting to. It's been in the back of my head anyway. So, Destiny. This was going to be actually attached part. Let's retract those. And then we want to put the batteries on the outside of things now. Did I just throw that one bit away? It looks like you did. Okay. Well, the idea would be, give me you two, go off over there, and then not a fuel tank adapter. We're looking for lightweight. Well, actually, you do need ballast. This is not a ballast part. We're not storing fuel near the space station. That's part of my considerations here. Back to one of you, and down to that. And that gives you the clearance that you're looking for. Do I want to duplicate that? Again, ballast pawn. It doesn't hurt. It's not going to be worth much. It's starting to look spacey. Starting to look pretty spacey up in here. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine like that. So, we wouldn't have that one there. See, what I'm thinking is this will be either side this would exist. It will be slightly different on the one side, though, because you want to hide that. Do I want to hide it here as well? Maybe I do. Maybe you do. Wait a second. What are you that you have? Your FLA 10 adapter. You're an FLA 10 adapter. Oh, it is there. I didn't see it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. No. Maybe like that. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter yet. But do I want to hide those rotors? I think I might. Because it's going to be this way either side of the thing. So if I get rid of you and instead we go over to a structural bit, we're looking for the T25. No, that's a bit too big. T18 structural tube. That's still a bit too big. It's the T12. I knew. I know. So we do like that. And then I attach you upside down. No, I attach and spin. I attach and just drop you down. Well, okay, why would you do that? Hang on. You just get a clean one. And then with absolute snap, click it, and it immediately goes off angle. And then it comes back. It's fine. Ish. It's fine-ish. Finally fine-ish. Does this mean... Like, what have you got attached to that? Nothing? Okay. Well, then maybe you're not there anymore. And maybe instead, we've got you, and you extend out. And the idea would be that we have our rotor here, but it's buried in there, leaving enough space, just, I don't know, like a Kerbal would probably not be able to squeeze past that, but we have to pretend. We have to imagine. I mean, I could go down to the smaller rotor. It just seems appropriate to have this larger beast behemoth there. But I am thinking about the space considerations. We go down to you. I'm definitely thinking about the space. Yeah, we were already pretending. We were already making believe there. It's fine. 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 It could be fine. We can make it fine. What are you attached to right now? Because I think I want you attached to there. And then merged in. Is that correct? Is that how you want that to be, to do the be and be the do? I'm not sure. Put you on there. And then if I can grab onto that rotor that everything's attached to again. Okay, should be somewhere in there. No snap. Now when I move you, I can line that up so that it looks nice, and then all of that would rotate, but it would have an interior to it as well. Does that mean you could... I think you're probably better off doing it this way. Okay. Get rid of you. You can stay up there. I gotta get monoprop back onto this thing. Just maybe not the big boys like we were using previously. But I will leave one of these monoprops kind of hanging out here to remind me, you still need monoprop back on the deal. So then... But you are attached in a very specific way, aren't you? If I grab you off, what are you attached to? You're attached to... No, you're attached to the bottom of that, and you snap on very nicely. And the idea is then you take one of these, you flip it upside down, we'll rotate it around and attach it down there as well. Set you off over there. So we're up to 11.001 tons. And when I take this off, and I take this off, 8.7. Okay. I'm going to take these back off and we're going to figure out this monoprop thing because it has to be handled. So the least amount of monoprop that we can give to each one of these balls, each one of my balls, all the way up to the top, would be just these small balls is where they would, and then you could, but what if you did? And yeah, 3 times symmetry, right, and then flit it like that. And then you got just a little ball there. Nice little ball. I swear I had some lights on here. Were the lights attached to these, or I don't think they were. I don't think they could have been. No, they're attached to that. Right. Were the balls then on top? They were, and they were on either side, but this works too. Yeah, and it occupies about the same space as that. So this would be the least amount of prep I could give to each one of these. The point being that each one of these is a train. You can see how there's 4 of them right there, and then we need to like take these up, 3 of them, each is a train, and then line them up, lock them up, snap them together in space, kind of a thing. So they each have to have their own source of monoprop. But if we just minimize that as much as we can, just down to that little amount, we're still under 9 tons. If I doubled up, we're still under 9 tons. So that does make me want to double up. Which I could do like that, but you're never going to be in a place where I can do an absolute snap on you. That's clean. That's nice. Unless I rotate the whole craft, which I can do. Wait, no, this one works. So for you, from here, are you on the top? Put you on the top, then do an absolute snap. And that will get it to the dead center of that. And then on the other side, the underside, we do an absolute snap again, and now they're both perfectly offset of one another. Is that a thing that you want to do, though? Do you like that? Up to just under 9 tons for the piece of the craft that wouldn't be part of the rotors. But the rotors are part of this craft, Vaughn. Yeah, shit, you're kind of right, aren't you? Yeah. So it's going to be more like 9 or something like that once you attach these bits. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, we carry on. I think I do just go back to 1. Yeah. Just 1. Means we've got to be very careful with the amount of, with our monoprop use while we're doing it. If I do you there, and then I give you an absolute snap, that was an absolute snap. But it is not actually in line with things because this part doesn't have, because it extends, it doesn't really have the correct absoluteness to it. So fuck it, I'm going to do it by eye so that it doesn't look like we've got these things wrongly positioned. So don't look at that in reference to its left and right, and I think that looks better and it's more in line with our antennae. Do our antennae still have clearance in this new build? They do not. Okay. That's not a problem, I guess. I guess it's not a problem, because it's gotta not be a problem. Every time I fucking do this, though, I gotta move these two. It's fine, Paul. Is it? Yes, because what you can do is, again, use an absolute snap, hold shift, move it up by 1, check if you've got clearance. You don't. Hold shift, move it up by 1, check if you've got clearance. Wow. Maybe just barely, probably not. Hold shift, drag it up by 1, and then we definitely got to have clearance now. Wow. Definitely? Definitely maybe. Definitely maybe you have to have clearance. I'm going to take it all the way up to here. fact, maybe I just put it dead middle of that, or no? Do I? I don't know. If you gotta reposition all of the things, I'll put it right there. That seems something. And then I can do that, and do that, and then I don't have to fuck with my lights. And we've got clearance for our antennas, if but barely. Okay. So that means you are no longer valid, need to go away. And then we flip upside down, spin around, just because why wouldn't we? And there she blows. So are we back to a theoretically functional craft? It seems like we might be. I could reduce the center weight as well by taking us down to just that and the other side. I think because this is the heaviest bit, I will leave you with 20 monoprop in there. And then any other monoprop that we want needs to be on the outside in order to give us more ballast, more weighty ballast. And fuck me, because I'm realizing that I could do that. You could do what? Yeah. Yeah, what could I do, really? When you get down to it, what the fuck could I do, you know? One of these, the idea would be now, because we're not going to forget that we need a front door again. The idea would be that our Kerbals have to imagine, we need to be able to imagine them going through these, you know? Going up here and then into here and then climbing down into the ring space station from however they're going to dock. The idea would be that both of these ends would stay stable. Only one of them needs to have, like, that kind of docking, but since it's just easier to mirror them, and since we're going to need a certain amount of ballast on either side in order to make it work, we'll just build it to make it work. Where the fuck is that going to go on this thing? Don't talk to me about it. Maybe we end up breaking that into twos and having one either side. You know, I built it to have 12 of them, but now if there's going to be one either side, there might as well be that. And one either, and then it's got, it's still got that middle bit that can be used for, to imagine that the Kerbals are traveling through it once they dock. Sort of a thing. Sort of a kind of a thing. So if we want additional monoprop, and we do, we could have it like so. Don't want to block their ability to, you know, move through those, we're imagining, empty corridors. And that gives us, you know, more potential ballast, anyway, per side. I'm just gonna yank you off and just yank you off. I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna think about these in terms of these. Let's have another one of you up here, just to extend things out, give us some nice symmetry. Empty you. And then this is where, like, our fuel field now needs to be. And much of our fuel field is just there. That's like we can never drain it to a certain point, or else we won't be able to rotate the rotate the middle bit correctly. But hey, I ain't the first one to design something like that. That Netflix film, Stowaway, right? Wasn't it a Netflix thing? That Stowaway, their movie. Imagined, you know, sending peoples to distant places. I believe they were going to Mars, and it's a system where they attach, like, a fuel tank and just for ballast, and then they're whipping it end over end in order to create, you know, in order to create rotational force in order to simulate gravity, which I thought was very clever, for them to not have to do, you know, a bunch of weightlessness scenes. Which they eventually do, but, you know, not a bunch of them anyway. So, then what? Yeah. Good question. Again, need to preserve the idea of Kerbal's being able to move through spaces here. So, the engine plate. But you're always looking at the engine plate like you're going to do something with it. You're not doing anything with it. Don't fool yourself. If I go back up to that size, and then we grab the T12, and then we give it, like, some amount of length, because the idea here is now going to be that we need, like, this construction there. Let me just, maybe like that. Right, and then it's actually you that I want. And something. Never quite sure what the orientation is once you've changed it. 90 degrees. And then it's agrees at least on that axis. So that one was supposed to have both the small and the big in it though, and it doesn't. So what the fuck, yo? What the fuck? There was supposed to be a small and a big guy. Oh, no, it's there. Alright, no, it's neither of you are the one that I needed. Come here. I'm gonna flip you upside down and grab you and grab that off of you, and I'm just gonna set you somewhere out of my way, grab you onto here. Heh, heh. So, this way. And then, yep, that's the correct rotation, and that is a small and a large docking port accessible to enter, you know, us, to enter us. But that still doesn't leave a place for a Kerbal to, you know, get on board, which was what this was for. But now that these are going to be static in space, we don't need to do something as complicated or as heavy as that. And I didn't like the lander cam when it was like right down by us. But this would allow you to dock to us and also board us, and this is the lightest weight crew cabined thing in the friggin' game. So if I pull you off, I put you here, and then I have that docking port construction there, then this is our decompression chamber. You can move through here, you get down to here, and it tightens up, and then you got a little, with the ladder, and just, I mean, you'll be weightless at that point because nothing's spinning, so you could just kind of float your way through, but you'll be laddering through, and then you get into this area where it opens up a little bit. You do have to pass through a couple of batteries. We're just going to imagine, because there's extra space along the interior here, that we were able to burrow a little hole in the middle of these batteries by packing the rest of the battery potential in there. It's just easier than trying to make it that way. But then what this platform provides us with is a place off of which we can have our fuel while the crew still has a way of boarding and getting onto the space station correctly. So right now we're looking at 11.35 tons. None of this has, you know, increased our mass that much. And considering that I do need ballast, maybe I want to increase our mass, you know? What if I wanted to? What if that was my goal, baby? What else have we got here? Lunar Excursion Module. We've got the Mark II lander cam, which is what I had before. I think the cupola is really the thing, though, you know? It's usually the cupola. Yeah. How this is going to pack up under a fairing, do not ask me yet. Structurally speaking, I do have this Rockamax adapter. And then that becomes our decompression chamber, our docking area. And I like the idea that you've got these little windows so that you can see things, you know, parking up and be able to check the connections by looking out the window, whatever you can see anyway from that position. So I'm not opposed to that. Gives us up to 11.7 tons, and if I duplicate this either side, you know, if it's without it, 8.9, so let's just say 9 tons. And we're up to 11.7. We've added 3-ish. Almost 3 tons to be part of our ballast. Got this. This is a crewable component. It's got all of the things that it would need. So yeah, it doesn't really need anything more. What have I got for like my biggest monoprop storing thing? Right there, we hadn't bought into it. Now we have. It's that size. But again, I don't want to put it like on the corridor. Yeah. Trying to keep the corridor clear. So biggest surface mount is what I've got on there, I think, for our monoprop storage anyway. And we can have more if and we want it. And we probably do. So if we've come up with almost 3 tons, but not quite, and we need the ballast here to be over 9, then we need a little bit more than 6 tons in ballast. You guys are 4.5, so 2 of these would give us the ballast that we need. But we also want, you know, we're storing fuel for a reason. The idea that people can dock up to us and get some of our fuel, so we don't want to just limit ourselves to that much fuel, to that little amount of fuel. We'd only be able to take 2 tons from each side, 4 tons total before we replenished it, if we're just using that as ballast. I mean, is there any other justifiable thing that needs to be on here that would make for some ballast? Relay antennas. Big motherfucker. It's unnecessary because we're at LKO. And then if our fuel fields are going to be there... Where's my entrance? It's over there. So if I were to have 3 of them and just have them like that... Craft is eating crazier. Up over 12, but it's not particularly justifiable for our purposes, why we would want or need such a thing. I mean, the other thing is, if it looks cool, then it's justified itself, you know. We don't need any other reason than that. Does it look cool? Utility-wise, can have some lights. Can't attach directly to you, of course. Yeah, that's nice to have. And we have a white variant. Let's make it so that they're not actually penetrating one another. There's also that version. Oh yeah, and I remember I like that better. Can I not have it any further out? Oh, you're on a snap. I didn't mean you to be on a snap. About there. And then I didn't mean to pull you off. Put you back. Nope. I am desperately trying to touch the thing I'm trying to touch. Get down a little bit more, give you a little bit more height. Yeah. That's pretty good. I would want these to be less bright. So I'll just pull you down a bit. Give us some illumination. I hate the idea of that, like, being in the windows, though. Is the other part of that. I've already spoken about the idea of looking outside and seeing lights that are coming in. Lights off, lights on. It's just a nice little something. And then interior-wise, yeah, we're doing the same thing there. But, you know, that's what drapes are for, I guess. If you don't want to have to look at it all the time. Be coming in from both sides. It's like making it harder to see the brilliance of space and shit. Yeah. Let's bring you guys, like, really, really in. And then when I grab the pitch angle, I can angle you up. You've got full rotation there, actually. You're, only penetrating a little bit. That's good. And that gives me the ability to angle them harshly in or hard out. If I go back to, like, full brightness. Okay, whatever. We got some lights on the thing. I would like them tucked. If I can have them tucked, I'd like them tucked, please. Pull up. Out. Down a little. Out a bit more. Check that pitch angle again, that it just still has clearance on both sides of things. And it certainly seems to. Okay. And then whatever that happens to be in there, lights off. It's just, it's bothering me. Does it bother you? It bothers me to be standing out that far. When you're tucked, you're so pretty. 50-degree angle, and then down to there. Yeah. Fine. Fine? Fine. Getting into this incredible minutia that you like to get into in order to not have to worry about the bigger part of the build, because you're not exactly sure where you're going yet. We see you. We understand you. We get how you work. I'm thinking this shouldn't be here. Yeah, but it's good because it packs up. It's not bad. It's not bad to have it there. And it's not like explosive fuel. It's not as explosive. It could still be problematic. were I to double up on you, just imagine, and then with absolute snap, click, have shift out by 2, and then down here, shift as well, get the click, pull you out, pull you down to there. You'd be a perfect mirror image of the other side. 12.7 tons at that point, and each one of these carries 50, so that's 200 monoprop. And outside of that, then it's down to the fuel, isn't it? Like, what else could we possibly justify having somewhere and something on a space station such as this? We could have places to store things, you know. There's a little bit of inventory in the crew cabin. We could justify having some cargo room, but again, wouldn't want it to be anything that would penetrate the interior, which would mean it'd be down to these. They're 0.02 ton kind of things, so no. Like, you're not worth enough for me to put you on. 162 part count, and I'm going to duplicate that side of things. Yeah. I guess it's down to the fuel. And the fuel, like, we need a whole concept for how the fuel field gets populated. You know, I don't find it, well, like, you got to carry the fuel up sooner or later kind of a deal. But for getting the fuel up there, so at almost 13 tons, and again taking this back off, we see that the core is about 9, and it might be a little bit more than 9 because of the weight of the rotors. The weight of the rotors is it's 0.6 tons, so it's no small amount. It pushes up to closer to a 9.5 tons. We need the center bit to be the lightest part of the space station here, if this is to work. So from, let's say, 9.5 to this 12.7, then we're talking 3.2 tons is what we've got, and we need to get this up by another, if it's 9.5, minus the 3.2, then it's a 5.8 tons in just pure ballast. And you're a 4.5, but we do need 2 pieces of this. I think having the 2 of these each side, it's just how will they actually be attached is a question for the ages. Because if they come up just pure friggin' attached, like that, number one, our lights are in fucked up positions now. And we could do 3. But I think that gets a little bit crazy. A little bit ridiculous. 2 of these is a reasonable thing. Don't like how they look. That makes it look like ore. But I don't hate it. I don't like the white. Orange and gray I don't like, yeah. Be black for our fuel. And then again, these don't actually have like a proper center point of the thing. It's always a little bit off for some reason. Did I get any of those slanted nose cones yet? Okay, for 6,200. We're gonna actually have to start doing missions soon. It's looking pretty cool. Does mean that these things don't, it's not gonna what you had in mind. Well, 2 is another number. It is another, I don't know if you're familiar with this or not, but 2 actually is another number. It's not the magic number, that's 3. You're thinking of 3 now. 3 is the magic number. Yes, it is. There were 3 in the family. Somewhere in that ancient mystic trinity, you'll get 3. Because it's the magic number. The past, the present, and the future. Faith and hope and charity. The heart and the brain and the body. Well, you get 3. There's like no one on the planet probably remembers that. Blind melon, ladies and gentlemen. It was blind melon. Again, though, you wanted that to be able to be, and then you could point it down a little bit more and things, and if I turn you back on, and you're lighting some stuff up, lighting things up maybe a little bit too much, and then I can go all the way out like that. It's got good rotation, though. Fuck it. And it packs well. I like it. And I kind of like our fuel, you know? That's got us the tonnage that we would need for this to become the lightest thing on here, and at a total of, for each one of these, we're... Hey, kitten. Hey, Tammy. For each one of these, we're looking at 4.5 tons, so it's 9 tons total up there. We already had 3.2 tons or something like that, right? So, ostensibly, there's about 3 tons of fuel that we can pull out of each side, which means there's 6 tons of fuel that we can pull out of each side. Hmm? Hmm? And I don't hate how it looks. I'm thinking of something for the ends of these. Just to make them look a bit more finished. And I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any nose cone that's going to make me happy there. But that helps. It makes it look a bit more finished. Yeah. So then, like what we're talking about here, eventually, is click there. This nice, small, compact little space station idea that we had, that we started with, is now, oh my god. Oh my god is now what it is, because then you take this, you take this, you flip it upside down, you rotate it twice, you stick it on that side, and oh my god. That is a space station that could theoretically function now. And then the idea of, one of the ideas would be that this does not need to exist on this side of things. Like, I guess it's nice to have 2 docking ports there, but we also want a place to put on this to be able to attach our return system. If we had one either end, that was going to be part of your consuming some of that mass. So it doesn't have to be so much liquid fuel if there's one on either end. If there were one on either end, where the fuck would it go? I think maybe you have to ditch that as a well, no, but it needs to be, will there be spinning bits, says Bonietti. That's the idea here, is that we do have some rotors in there. They're buried intentionally, and we're trying to get the ring to be light enough that it can be rotated by the mass of the exterior parts here, which is why we've got the fuel stored here. But I can make more of the fuel that we've already put on accessible to us without making the space station's spinny bit stop doing its spinny thing. If I figure out a way to put on, this is our return system. We came up with Kerbal lawn charts. where you sit a Kerbal in a bike seat on the outside of in front of a nose cone, and you can drop these guys probably from Duna height and get home and be fine. We tested it from Minimus height, and they survived just fine. Like, we got overheating ticks, but they never went any higher than they did from moon height, I think. This gets us a fuel field. What is the weight of just the end of one of these boys? You know, like, let's say I took you off. So 33.8, 34.8, so it's about 1 ton. A little bit less, but about 1 ton. And then each one of these is about 1/3 of a ton, so 3 of them equals 1 ton. I really like the idea of having, You guys pack up so tight. So nice and tight. If I had them on each side, and they were off of each of these, this is a completely different concept, is what it comes down to. Let me drag you, and just one, please, because it's a lot of parts. And I'm just gonna attach you surface mount to here for a second, because I'm pretty sure I have to. Wait, do you have an actual... Yeah, you do have a valid node there that I can attach to. Okay. Give me one of you. I don't imagine 4 of them would fit. Yeah, no. If I go down to 2 each side, and I make sure each one of them has the clearance that it needs for the nose cone to not do that. Shift doesn't get it. That does, and that's an actual snapping point. That's got clearance on both sides, and I can have 2 of them. And then a 3rd can fit in the middle. Yeah. Okay, but I'm thinking that actually I want them down here, facing the other direction? Is that the right spot? It is. Always the last direction that I try. So now, with an absolute snap, and with an absolute snap, I think he just fucked up our nice, they're not impacting thing. Mirror mode twice? No, this is the way to go. Let me just get a view up. Hold shift. Snap over by 1. No, you're already too far. Just looking for something that's programmatic that I can do on both sides. With an absolute, hold shift. Back in by a shift snap? Nope, because when I pull the other one in, you're gonna definitely impact. Damn it. We do by eye, then. We do it by eye, and I get it right on the edge of those lines. I'm just seeing the flare kind of deal. Grab you. Just seeing the extra bright bit, and that's gonna be close enough. It gives us clearance on all sides. They can absolutely be there. And then when we deploy them for use, If I unlock and target angle down, we've got quite enough clearance to do that kind of a thing. So that's good. And then based off of our original platform, which is up here, we can now tuck a single boy in here as well. I mean, we might be able to do it the other way around and have it look cooler. No, we can't. Okay. This is how they're done. There, yeah, but they had three-way symmetry in order to make that work before. It looks like you'd still have clearance. It is almost. Hang on. It's very almost, is what it is. I like how tight they pack. Importantly, Pawn, is that the whole point, like this everything you just done, you gotta throw away. Really? Yep. Why? Well, number one, that one doesn't really fit. But importantly, these need to be able to be like refilled. They need to be a refillable, a reattachable re-ness that can you know? You wanted this to be, the whole premise was that it was a quick loader, so you could bring one of these up and then put it into place and snap it on to a docking port, and then Bob's your uncle, everybody goes home happy. You can't do that with this. They're attached directly to a core part that's got both your fuel tanks on it and everything else. This does not function. You know, once we use up enough of those, we want to be able to come up and reload them. So, how do they attach to this monstrosity? Put that back, and I can copy instead. You know, if they're in line with anything, that's problematic as well. So they can't be that either. Damn it. It's tricky. Wouldn't it be nice to just be able to bring up that thing and just slap it on somewhere, and then it's on somewhere, and then you got it. But I'd have to, you know, it just makes everything a little bit more complicated, that has to be something that comes up maybe like that, but then it breaks into two sections, and each one of the sections has a different place, and it's put on either side of the vessel in order to maintain the weight, and just blah 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 blah. If it were just one side docking kind of a thing. But if we do one side like that, we remove some of, you know, what's going on this side, then it's back to the ballast issue. These things act as ballast, and if we're relying on them, that's you know, we send enough people home, and we've used too much fuel. It turns into an abandon ye all hope who enter here. The monoprop. And remember what this was designed for, too? Can I yank this off and it's not going to be a real problem? You can just put it back. It's easy enough, yeah. And they're all the same thing. So, yep, just set that over there. You were going to fold up like so. Which you can't do because that's in the way now. Track the solar panel. Get rid of the two of you. I'm looking for, like, inspiration based on how this thing packs, you know? Give me a little inspiration. Let's get rid of you, because you're a copy of the top bit whenever we make it. Take you off there. Okay, I don't know what I just pulled off. So let's put it back. What? What? How did you... Okay. Game a little broken. Game a little broke. Oh no, it's because you had to attach this... No, I didn't. It actually had a node that I was able to snap to last time. Game a little broken. Listen, I just want that out of my way. Okay. That's all I was trying to do there. You are not supposed to be there. Yeah, okay. Sure. There we go. We're back down to that. So this could genuinely just be the top of one of the ships, and then you build down from here, right? But then they do need to merge in the middle. Like, really what you end up being with is what you gotta with the and then the thing and then the stuff, because it's got to attach to both of them, which means that that's the center column, and then this stuff needs to do another thing, and then the other thing, and then the stuff. I'm gonna switch to you as the root part. You don't need to be green anymore. I know it's not easy. Doesn't mean you have to do it. It's not easy being green. Which would mean that, yeah. It would mean that, yeah. It would mean that, yeah. I see. So for docking purposes, is it another junior that we embed? Okay, but you don't embed in there because that's something in the other thing. I'm a little confused at this point. If I do that, like, I'd just be better off going with the full-size docking port. Putting one there. What just happened? I swear I made a copy of it and game eating my inputs. Right, but you are your own separate thing here, I guess. You come up with something else. So we'd need two of these to come up, and then attach to that center bit, which we can futz with, kind of a deal. And if that is the case, then this actually doesn't need to... I don't need to not have these here anymore. I yanked them off because I couldn't have them. Now I can have them. So you guys like that, I will shift, I pull you out again. You're not... Oh, you're not aligned. You. Out to there. Why are things so different, even though they're the same part? I mean, it's fine. It works. Yeah. And that means that we can dock to it, Kerbals can come through, can enter into here. This is the stationary part. They move through this whole thing, and then they're into the center there, and then there's another docking port that they can pass through, and into the core, and then the core attaches to the other things, and so on and so forth. Alright, so I can see how that could be the top of a ship. We could actually use the fuel on the way up if it was needed to push it and then refuel the station later after dragging the fuel up again, which would be kind of a waste. But this is definitely viable as something that we could stick a fairing underneath from there that comes out and wraps around that and goes up. I can see that as a single payload, and we do that twice. Then this middle bit, I guess, maybe it goes up with these guys, because I think they could probably all fit into the same little world together with one another. Under a big fairing kind of a deal, but figure that out, you know, when we figure that out. So if I put you in there, then you're joined up like that. By the time you guys were actually merging together, you'd already be deployed, I think. Would be the premise there. And then you attach back to you, like so. And I'm going to make you the root part again. And by you, I mean that probe core. And that means that I can grab from here, flip upside down, spin twice. Like, this is a perfectly functional station right there, right now. Pretty sure. Should work and do the things that we were hoping for. But we're looking for room for this mess. So I'm going to throw this out for now, and because we haven't taken this thing outside in a minute, and we want to confirm that we're not, you know, completely wrong in everything, just in most of it. I'm going to do that. Hopefully this is enough monoprop to force us up in 0.1 gravity over Kerbin, but we're going to give this thing a test. We're going to spool it up and see if it can't go. And to make that a bit easier, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to grab these rotors. I'm going to add them to an action group. Let's say it's on 5. And what we want here is maybe toggle motor power. Engage motor drive. I'm just thinking about, like, which one of these would allow us to, once we've spooled it up, we turn it off, it will keep going. You know? Definitely not locked. Definitely not servo lock. Motor engaged. Engage motor drive. Disengage motor drive. Toggle motor engaged. Toggle motor power. I guess we'll try engaged. So on 5, we'll have that. And toggle motor engaged there. And then what we want is motor engaged, no. Locked, no. Motor size and output 100. RPM limited at 10. You're clockwise. The other one should be clockwise as well. It's upside down, so that makes clockwise, counterclockwise, relative. Motor engaged, no. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let's take it outside and see where we stand. This thing is up to 205 parts, 34 tons. A lot bigger of a thing than I meant to do. But let's see if the spinny bits spin. It was such a nice, cute little space station until we had to make it rotate in a way that would, you know, continue rotating from scene to scene in Kerbal Space Program. Hello? Hello? Oh, here we are. Alright, so we've got gravity hacked right now, which is why everything is so stable, even though it's 34 tons. I'm going to RCS on. When I hit H, that should drive us up. We'll see if that's enough force to actually drive this thing up. Release. H. Yes, technically we are lifting. Okay. And now what we're going to do, I have F2. I don't know if this is going to work or not, so maybe setting myself up for failure here, but F2 and then a 5. 5? 5? No? Alright, so perhaps, let's see, we got SAS on. I mean, we are, it looked like something was starting to spin. Where are these servos? Where are these rotors? There's one. So RPM limit, torque limit is 0. That's your problem. So hit 5 again. I can't set the torque limit unless the motor is engaged, so this doesn't help me. Okay, you've started to torque, and you're not the thing. You are 50. Okay. And exactly the opposite of what we wanted to happen is happening. We are holding the middle bit perfectly solid and steady. Rotating the exteriors beautifully counterclockwise. We wanted the middle bit to be the one that spins. You son of a bitch. So, new plan. We have 2 rings. 2 rings with fuel storage in the middle of them. And then both of them have their docking ports that we can do the fun spinny thing with, huh? Huh? 2 rings either end. Man, with the other version, it was the... I'm not... Is it just because of the center of mass is center of mass? No gyroscopal precession. And with the other one, we were able to impart like a perfect spin. What were we getting? We were getting complete spin on the center bit when the center bit was just our solar panels. Extend. Okay. Did I ever put you guys like on a 7 or something? An 8, a 9, a 7. Nope. Alright, I would have to right click on every one of these. Extend. And again, in reality, this could be made to work. You impart the rotation onto the spacecraft, and then if you want the other pieces to appear to be still, then you counter that rotational force in both directions either end. I think, anyway. I mean, it's very pretty. It probably would helicopter a little bit if I turn RCS SAS off. I mean, that could be the problem too. Like we talked about that before, that like when I do the SAS, is the SAS going to be affecting trying to hold our rotation? We don't have enough SAS on here to make that be a thing anyway, so no. Yeah, have we got, are the solar panels acting as a helicopter? No? Alright. I mean, if this... These are now the centers of mass. Like, they are more massive on either side of these. It confuses the shit out of me to think that this one doesn't work. Like, the other one not working made sense. Kind of expected it. Torque limit 100, by the way. And same over here. Not that it really should matter in near 0 G. Torque limit 100. Were I to rotation direction you counterclockwise, hey, I almost got them aligned there when I did that. Now everything rotates. How lovely. RCSH, because we're about to start going back down. Ah, it doesn't matter. 5 disengages all of those motors. 5 re-engages all those motors. Picture of perfection right there. Yeah, it's just everything spinning a little bit. Now we've nailed it. Except for this is supposed to be 10 RPM, so that piece should be getting around once every 6 seconds. And then rotation direction counterclockwise. And then we hold you perfectly center something in the something. So what's the difference, just out of curiosity, just because I'm a curious boy, aren't I? What's the fucking difference between invert direction and rotation counterclockwise? You know? Let's do... Where am I even going? I'm not sure anymore. I get you. Let's have that be like the lower rotor, because it is. And then I get you, and you're the upper rotor, because you is. And then let me just say, like, one of you, you're not engaged anymore. That motor's just not doing a thing. Yeah, we're falling and picking up speed as we do, so that's cool. Well, what you gonna do when they come for you, bad boys, bad boys? If I were to lock you, I can't lock you. Motor engaged and lock. No, I can't lock. No lock. Okay, what if it says, we invert the direction and then motor disengaged. Damn, it grabs it and kicks so hard so quickly that it just does the thing immediately. Can I brake? Okay. Motor engaged, but we're all brakes, and then we go. Brakes. Current RPM, almost nothing. Clockwise, go. Okay, well, having seen this, I don't fucking know. Back to rotation direction. Wait, no. Invert direction instead. Now you'll both be inverted, and what we get is the center is just stable as fuck, and then everything on the exterior rotates. So if we have two rings either end in these positions, and then our fuel field and our docking ports come out from the middle, that's so much like better in a number of ways, like especially for being able to mount our escape platform system. Hey, are we getting kind of low again? This is weird. Like that works a lot better. Fewer part count, store a lot of electricity, or store a lot of fuel and stuff like that. Hopefully not have to think of it as ballast, since apparently this is how things work. Okay. Yeah, and that's, look, all we blew up was like this, we're fine. We lost a docking port. And now, yeah. And now. Double ring system, coming up. Coming up. That's what we need, is a double ring system. Right after this live stream break. Ooh, did you see it coming? We're going to have a live stream break. Then we'll come back and we'll try and take this. It's a beautiful ring. Try and take this double ring system with our fuel storage and escape systems in the middle instead, and see if we can't get the fucking right thing. I've been able to make the wrong thing spin just in the middle, while both things on outside stayed fine, and then I've also been able to make the wrong thing stay stable in the middle while the outside things spin fine. I've been able to do this wrong in all of the ways. Now we just have to, without me really having a fundamental understanding of why it's working this way, just do the wrong thing in either of the ways, and we will be successful, which we will do 7 minutes from now upon that. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream. Guy called Pie just woke up 10 minutes ago from his normal sleep and asked, at this fucking hour, Paul? Yeah. Yes, at this fucking hour, because of my normal sleep, which is anormal. It's abnormal. So we've managed to create a space station that does the opposite of what is desired. And across the live stream break, I've been able to consider, ponder, think about why we've got this going on. So the premise that I was operating off of when we decided to go to this thing was based on the example that we'd seen, based on like what we had tested in the previous model, and saw that we could get this bit to spin from the outer bits with torque and whatnot. So the idea was, if each end is more massive than the middle, then when torque is applied, then the mass here and the mass here will spin that bit, because this bit would be the lighter of the two parts. And I'm just, trying to think of it in terms of physics, and I ain't no physician over here. I ain't no physicist, but like, What I believe is happening, what I believe we've seen across both models, is that at least in Kerbal Space Program, the center of mass is here. Wherever the center of mass is, the torque will be applied from there. Now, when I'm thinking of it in terms of physics, did we want to, maybe not on the propane tanks, maybe we don't need to, it doesn't seem really necessary. Oh, okay, no, we're fine. In terms of physics, I would think, yeah, if this is more massive and that's more massive, and you got rotors on it, then when the torque is applied to those rotors, the massive things are going to, especially since we'd be, rotating this in the same direction from both sides simultaneously, it would be the concept that the middle bit should spin. The hell did you build? A helicopter station? It's meant to be a space station of hacked gravity so that we can, test it without having to put it up, kind of a thing. So I would think, in physics, that this premise would be some version of sound. Yeah, there you go. Just, wow, not even breaking the solar panels, huh? Okay, good. In Kerbal Space Program, I think what we're seeing is that wherever the center of mass is, that's going to be the part that applies the torque. And so, despite the fact that we're more massive here and more massive here, and we are joined across two rotor bits, the center of mass is here, so that's going to be the bit that's actually applying the torque to these. And it makes me wonder if that, is physically correct, that cumulatively the body is a center. I mean, the idea behind the rotor, though, is that there's friction involved and everything, but it's supposed to, and then something else. Regardless, we now know what we need to do, and I like the idea better of having a two-ring station, even though this was supposed to be a small thing. I like the idea of having a two-ring station where the two rings on the outside spin, and then the center of mass will be here, and then the rotors will do their thing, and we can store the fuel in a field in the midst of them. It will give us two docking ports either side that will be rotating constantly, which I love the idea of, because you get up there and you have to dock, but you have to like line it up and then get on the same rotational vector, more or less, and then go in. That's so fucking neat. I don't think physics can explain this abomination, says Rain Man. Well, listen, Wapner's going to be out in a couple of minutes, so just... Wapner. Yeah, it makes me wonder, and the other thing that it makes me wonder, I want to do the two-ring station now. I think it'll be a cleaner design. I think it's going to work better. There were problems that we were running into with how we're going to park in the things that we want to park in and everything. I want to do it, but it also does make me wonder if in Kerbal, were I to, again, which we tried on the last build, flip the rotors, if it matters in Kerbal which side is applying the torque, which Again, I would think in physics, yeah, it doesn't really matter. If one side's more massive and you try and apply torque from the other side, like what's going to end up happening, you see, is that the side that's more massive is going to spin the lighter side. But here we are, praying to the dog star. So we're not even going to like try that to see if that's how it would fall out in Kerbal. We're going to go straight to the double ring version of the space station. Which does mean, an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of work is pretty much entirely thrown away. But, it's no big deal. Do it here all the time. Are you new? Is this your first? So, number one, I'll remove you. Will I? Yeah, you can remove that. You can remove that. And then actually what we want to do, I think, is grab this, because this is a construction that I haven't tested. Hope will work. But that we should test before we put it up. But this is a construction of a large docking port with a small docking port in it as well. So there's the little guy, there's the big guy, and the idea would be we could attach any ship that's got a docking port that can get there to the damn thing. Would be our great hope that really ought to be tested. But that would be one end of any space station. Of the rest of that'll just be one end of the thing. And then from you, we split all of the things off into multiple pieces, but now there will be a single column core majigger madoodle. And this does make, there's some complications here. The center won't move and all, but the exterior rings, if I've got one here and then there's one up here as well, and say we had the solar panels in here, the entire station would have to remain on a plane relative to the sun constantly. And then you'd only get the use of some of those panels some of the time, kind of a deal. Otherwise you'll get shadows across the solar panels. So that's a thing to think about, kind of, sort of, maybe, a bit. But I think this is going to simplify a lot of things, a lot of ways, and it's just my question now is how much of this whole everything else do you want / intend / mean to keep, Mr. Paul? Yes, these are good questions. I suppose we should build similarly to how we've built here already, and then we come to there, and then we break down, then we're to that, and then something profit. Yeah? We're all in agreement. Good. You need to start ripping things apart. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, you keep looking then. You're gonna need to rip things apart. So if I take you off and set you aside, and with those were gonna be there so that you could work on the other batteries, and we're gonna do it symmetrically. We're gonna do it symmetrically, so then you guys would actually be over here. You could attach to work on the batteries if there was any reason to come out here and work on them. And then you come up to there. What have we got here? 2 batteries, so there will be 2 on the other side, etc., and so forth, and so on, and so on, and so forth, and on the so forth was, and that was the 3rd day, and the Lord did weep. Sorry? Yes. Okay. If I were to detach you guys, take this, okay, get it back into the, like that, but then that. Because now you're the bottom. Yeah, so that should be fine, except for, in 3-sided symmetry. Do-do-do-it-dee-dee-dee. Ronan Paul. Do you rotate from that? I think that whole thing rotates around this docking port, I think is how that works. Is that right? If I take you off and I attach you, then no, you would rotate. Well, that's fine. That's just, I don't know if that's fine or not. I'm gonna go with that, I guess, right now. If I take everything off, you're not attached to that? Cool. You bastards. Okay. We had 3 of these things originally, and that's what we're gonna have to go back to. We'll go back to that when it's time to go back to that. So set all that over there for later. It's, you know, and then you can go fuck yourself. So I get rid of you, I'm getting rid of you, and then I'm making you the center? Am I making you the center? Perhaps I am, because then the idea would be if I just took that and flipped it upside down, spun it twice, then that's like the space station, more or less. And then if there were 3 of these, which is what we had before, and they were online or offline? Offline, off the line, on the line. On the off the line. Off, yeah, off on the line with the corridors. Corridors that are there. Give me a dead center snap. Looks good. I don't hate it. Give me these. Like that. You are viable like that. And then here as well. Is that, no? I don't think I got the right angle of adjustmentation on that. Maybe I do, and it just needs to be something and then, but different, like. So, if you're here. Put you on that is that the angle? That's not the angle. That's none of these are the angle that I need for the angles to angle. Absolute snap out, forward. No, absolute snapping not gonna work. Grab it on, I guess on this one as well. And then absolute snap. Fuck. New hit song, Three-Sided Symmetry. Pawn at noon EU time. Hello there. Hello, Mosaic Task Force. Hear the new song, hit song, Three-Sided Symmetry. Build it in three-sided symmetry. You'll something out the other thing, Ronin Pawn. What? Where? How? Sometimes. Occasionally, you even get why. So these aren't in any way symmetrical to anything. You're not even on the, it's because you aren't right. None of these are, how though? But how? Did I do it without a snap when I did it? How did I, you're like that. And then, yeah, you're perfect now. Okay. Fuck, except for now you two, oh, it's the game doing it. Undo that. And then from one of these angles that's true, which would be the rear one, with a 2, hit it. There you go. I see. I mean, I don't, but we'll pretend. And then a shift snap in, and then where'd my lights go? There it is. And then right, then a shift in, and then my light, and then my light. I really should have just, like, built a standoff construction so that the lights would always be in a certain, you know, orientation to the etc. and so forth. You get me. Probably not. And then with a snap. And then if I do that, it's going too far in. Pull you out. Nope, with a snap. With an absolute snippety snap. There you go. Yeah, just gonna have to do it manually and by eye. Like so many things. And then, fuck it, just drop it with a snap. Absolute. Pull you out. And then manually and by eye. Come on. Those are okay. Okay. Yeah, and then you guys have blink on, lights on. That's what we wanted. Okay. So, again, still 2 rotors under here. One under there. One under there. We spin. We've got our solar panels in the middle. We got blinking lights that aren't really doing it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They're important for some reason, probably. Set you aside a little bit. Where are we on weight of this thing now? 19.3 tons, no fuel. No fuel, no attachable, detachable, no escape system. And the escape system is still problematic because it's not just able to go on in a single line and an arm. Press C for better control when snapping. Yes, that's... Yep. It looks cool. Let's imagine some fuel storage. There's a dead center of fuel storage. You know what I'm not loving? What's that? That? Oh, okay. Yeah, that came as a surprise. I always said that this wasn't meant to be like a massive fuel storage kind of a thing, that it was just enough to get the job done. I like this. I like where this could be going. So we went with black for our fuel storage last time, and I did like that. And then with the aerodynamics, I went with an angled nose cone. Sort by mass. But what? Yeah, that's what I was expecting. All right, and then we were able to have a black angled nose cone before. Oh, there it is. Is that what it looked like? I guess that's what it looked like. Okay. And it's covering over my batteries, and why is this different in height on each? It's not. But it is. It's not, but it is, huh? How is that? You're not actually centered. That would be centered? That would be centered. Yeah, not exactly. What the fuck, game? If everything went as white as it could, Yeah, no. No. The oranges we know we don't like. I think I will stick with the black. Or with the dark, anyway. Oh, that's why it's so confusing, because the dark is on the left on this one, and then it's all the way on the right on that one. Just that Kerbal consistency we're all so fucking used to. It gets us some fuel on board. How much fuel does it get us on board to do things that way? Just since I didn't even bother and just started going to town. That would be 4.5 is it's 6.75? 6.75 tons of fuel. I said it was not that important, but it's kind of important, but it's not that important, but it's kind of important. No. 6.75 seems viable. And you have what I would call far too much gap. But if I put you in any more, you're covering my lights. Great, now my lights have to move to a different place after all that futzing with the lights. Fuck these lights. Fuck these fucking lights. Something will happen with the lights maybe, but if I bring you in, anyway. To the point where I'm just not seeing like air. But just not seeing air between you. Okay. Track the solar panels. They fit nicely in there. Extend. When they rotate, Paul, you're gonna have a problem. Oh yeah, fuck. Do you have nose cones that could store some fuel too? I don't think I've got an angled nose cone that could store some fuel. We got these sons of bitches. We have them climbing up all the way from both sides. And that we'd have to go to the NCS, which is just liquid fuel, no oxidizer, so 9. And then aerodynamics. Sorted by mass. No. We could always hide fuel in the nose cone if we wanted to with some Oscar Bs and things, but I'm okay, I suppose, with it. But we'll definitely have a problem here with the standoff for these solar panels. They would have to come out a bit more. And how far are they allowed to come out? Still not enough room. Could put them on some hydraulics and go fucking crazy, is the thing. How big is an octagonal strut? It's big. You could do it with an octagonal. Snap, absolute. No, damn it. I'm on the wrong angle, because absolute is, by what's meant by absolute here is in reference to. Absolute, sure, but in reference to what? Oh, yeah, no, you got me on that one. What is it absolutely in reference to? That looks like it would have just enough clearance to rotate in all of the directions. Stands off of that octagonal well enough. I don't like the look of it. I don't like the look of it. FL10 adapter would be too much, but maybe I can hide the look of it underneath a nose cone. The smaller ones. And just consume that node there. And that does not appear to actually be the dead center of the thing. Absolute snapping has failed me again. It's not knocking my socks off. Absolute, absolute. Yeah, none of that is, none of that's making me be like, yes, that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it for now. Hydraulics are cooler, though. Yeah, just excessive, bunch of extra weight and silliness kind of thing. 0.03 tons. The lightest hydraulic is 0.052. Not that much more, really. But, yeah. but and that definitely gives them the clearance to spin. In fact, I might have overdone it there. It's fine. Leave it as it is. It's got some fuel storage. We've got the solar panel extension, kind of a dealy there. We still have the issue. Looks like we would want some comms back on here. I mean, not necessarily. It's nice to have. It's an LKO station, so I'm fine going with just these comms that we've put there, since we don't need the extra weight now that we were trying to do with ballast before. But we're at 297 parts, 26 tons. We now have to ship like multiples of these up. I think we could probably get all of one ring up in one craft. So we'd have to do 2 of those, and then we'd have to bring up this center column. That's totally viable. But our escape system that we put so much time and effort into and that I love so dearly, Mark 12. There is no place for it on this craft unless we make one side just that. Just the escape pod side of things. Which would look like... And again, it's not going to look right because we need to make this into a sub-assembly and that kind of a deal. But our lawn jerk quick loader, merge it in. Oh god. 3-sided symmetry. Nope. One-sided, thank you. We have no viable attachment point right now. It has to be what I've just done. Surface mount. That. So just to get an idea. Something similar to that. So if one side is just those, then we can, you know, load that up the way that we had intended. And then we've got a 12-man return system that still needs a little bit of work on that in order to make it so that it can, you know, push away kind of a deal. Well, let's call that the Mark 12. And let's try putting this out on the pad and see if it actually rotates as we desire it to. Center of mass, still very much in this area. So we're hoping that because the center of mass is there, that these rotors will rotor in the rotor, kind of a rotary, kind of a row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. I can't get in this ship to find the rotors. Where's the rotors? Where are they? They'd be under the orange here. There she is. Rotor U. RPM limit 10, brake, motor size and output 10, motor engaged, motor's locked, no, locked, yes. Why is it that we get out there and then every time it says it's 0 and I can't, like, just get it to fucking not be 0? And then all I've got here is motor size and output. But when we get out there, it says motor something 0, and then I have to manually adjust it. The fuck. The fuck, yo. The fuck. So if I can't fix it, then fuck it. We'll just have to do it out there. And some clamps so that we can put it back out on the pad. And where go at the clamps go at? Well, they used to go where these balls are, but they don't need to go anywhere in particular. Just got to be somewhere. The snap. It's fine. Okay, and then center of everything. I mean, this piece would need its own stuff and whatnot. Like, it would need its own brain. I mean, we could just drop that core and then attach to the core with everything else. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And then you guys have your own brains and your own core. Or we reverse that and make it so that there's one brain that's in here, and then it pushes, we drop the cores. The cores need to do a bunch of assembly, and yeah, no, I think you're good. You're good on that. All right, let's call that the Mark 12, and nobody should need to be inside it. Let's put it out on the pad and see if this one at least rotates correctly. Hello, then loyalty. Then loyalty? The N-loyalty. The in-loyal? The unloyal? How you doing? So, double ring station. Significantly less fuel, which is getting, like, this is closer to my original design, except for my original desires, except for I didn't really care about or want there to be, like, a whole bunch of Kerbal storage going on here, you know, a whole bunch of manned shit. RCS on, H. No, we're upside down now for H. We want to N, alright. So, in 3, 2, 1, release, N. We have hacked Kerbal's gravity, just using the Alt F12 menu. So we have the lowest amount of gravity that we can have on Kerbin, which is still some gravity. Thanks, Obama. So I'm just getting us a little bit of height before we start trying to engage our rotors and see if we can't get gravitational speed on both of our rings going around this thing, including, since we've got like extra mass on this side, I put it there just because, hey, maybe that's where that goes. Alright, 5.2, 5.3. Could, you haven't SAS either, so you're getting a little bit of drift there. Try and push us back up the ball. Okay, 7.5 meters per second. We'll say that's good enough. So, we're fighting against gravity a little bit here. Now, 5 should engage the motors, but both of them have this weird property of... Let's put the brakes on. Yeah, you can flip. I don't care. Where is that rotor then? It's going to be here. So I'm going to pin you, and you're going to be the bottom rotor in a second with the flipping that's going on. And then this rotor... Yeah, almost, nearly, because it's right, and then it's... No, fucking goddamn it. Yeah, gotcha. And we'll pin you. Now you're the top rotor. And I will maybe SAS us. Okay, stabilize that a bit. And now brakes are engaged, so I'm going to do torque limit 100, torque limit 100, disengage brakes. And in order to have about gravity force on each of these, a little bit less, I believe, was the calculation. I didn't do this calculation, but somebody else did. It means that we would have to be doing 10 rotations per minute, which would mean any one of these axles would need to pass its point once every 6 seconds. So we can count from this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So not quite getting the speed that we want out of that. But pretty damn good anyway. Lights off, lights on. I've got a bunch of lights on here. I don't know whether any of them are... Oh, yeah, there you go. They're on a once every 2 second kind of a thing. But the center, the core, is stable, sitting perfectly there, and we've got speed on all of these things. We could crank up the rotor, like, RPM a little bit. I'm going to turn the brakes on. Yeah! Let's say we went to, can I do 12? No, you're going to have to go up to 15. Let's go up to 15. What happened? Are we out of electric? No. Why do I not? Because the brake is engaged? I can't interact with it, or what? Oh, did I press 5? There we go. Right. So 15. So when I type in 1.5. No? All right. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Brakes disengage. So, see if the RPM says that it's getting up to 15. This one taking a little bit longer. It's got more weight to push. Yes, it is the lower one. So 14.4, 0.5. And we are descending 1 meter per second, 1.5 meters per second. 14.5, not quite the same as what's on the other side. It's got a little bit more to have to do. But so, again, if it were once every 6 seconds, the thing is we're lagged right here, so it might be once every 6 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's pretty it for creating gravity on the ship here. And if I've assembled it correctly, the idea is, of course, in a situation like this, that the outer, that's the floor. That's always the floor, so this is the roof. So, if you're sitting in here, you should be sitting in here. Just your mama around the house. She sits around the house, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? You get me there? And then in an emergency, you just, clock into one of these guys. I think maybe we're going to have less of these than there are. You clock into one of these guys. First we have to deploy it. No, not traversal rate. Target angle. Boom. Put you out. Are you doing anything? You're not doing anything. Motor engaged. Locked, yes. Locked, no. You're still not doing... Oh, you are. You're just taking your damn time. I turned the traverse rate down too much. There we go. Okay. So now we got 3 of those deployed, and since we do appear to be, heading toward the surface, we would want to escape as quickly as we could. So, decouple, and then you're free to then come over here, and you'd need a Kerbal in here because it is threadbare as possible for a deorbital re-entry single-man system at 0.3 tons total. Each of them costing, I think, 1,100 Kerbucks in order to make, and then you get to come home on that. So that's, a thing. If I were to control from enable staging, no, what am I clicked on right now? That is the docking port. I guess we want the inner docking port for the decoupling, the undock. Boom. So, are you free now? If I were to RCS and if I were to... What am I controlling? CS and H. N. Slow our descent. What is going on with you? Are you free? You seem to be free. I mean, you would still have that rotational velocity that we imparted onto you. I would just expect usually these things move away from each other. RCS twist. No, because I'm still controlling the things from up here, so it's still attached for some reason. What about you? Not from there. Not from there. Not from there. Oh, this game is so good. I mean, I am embedding multiple things. But, what happens if there's an emergency and you need to run in the opposite direction of the spinning? I mean, should still just... It might feel a little bit weird. I don't know. I'd be interested to find out firsthand. But the simulation of gravity should, you know, be similar. Okay, we're coming back down, but this definitely does the thing. Now, what we want is, like, we dock, you know, at one of these sides, but we could also, like, be able to dock ships here for, like, refueling purposes, you know? So that's a thing to consider as well. But I think we've got something here. Seems to work. 14.4 on the RPM because it's carrying a larger load and trying to spin it, but, you know, they're balanced. They're balancing very well. They're keeping the center bit in the center. They're doing what we'd want them to do. They're impacting the ground. And we're fine. We're fine. What even did we lose? Communitron 6. We lost an antenna. We got 3 more on this side, 2 more on that side. Maybe just one left. No, there's 1. There's 2. There's 2. So we lost 1 antenna. We're fine. See how strong this is? Stable as a rock. I mean, don't look at it wobbling as it clearly is currently. Cancel your velocity and start floating. Ooh. That'd be fun, huh? Start running in the opposite direction, then jump, and then it's like, oh my god, guys, and boom! Oh, Jesus. What's going on? Okay, that works. Some portions of that work. I'm less thrilled about our, you know, return system than I was. I love our return system. I just don't love it on the spacecraft. Like, let me, does this look better to you? Fuck, that's right, this is the weird thing. Oh, right, it's not attached to that. Ah ha 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 ha. Because it's not, it had to be attached surface mount. That's why that wasn't working. Yeah. But let me just make the spacecraft look a little bit better for you. Huh? Like immediately? Like, yeah? Like maybe yeah? Like, oh, yeah. Like, yeah? Well, yeah. Just still not in love with the center-ish, central, with the how it looks, with the, and then what if you were black, you were dark? What if you were? What would it? Wait, what? And what about if you? Get some variance. I like how, you know, I like it bright and shiny, I suppose. And the other thing is we can, like, immediately elongate it if we wanted to. So that's neat, you know. We decided, you know what? I think that should be a lot longer. I don't, though, so we're not, that's not a thing we did, or that we're doing. I think I still prefer those bits being orange, but maybe the center shaft is white. Central white shaft, your central whiteness of shaft. Yeah, still something to be done with that. Right now it's throw it in the garbage. But, yeah. That's our space station. It works. And it wants a lot of tweaking. I think it still wants a lot of tweaking. Incidentally, like, where's our center? It's probably still there, so if I took you off of... Uh-oh. You came off of there, did you? Okay, I thought that rotor... How did I do that? Go away. Control Z. Control Z. I thought the rotor was attached to that. Maybe because we've got a different central attachment point. Yeah. Alright. Well, no matter. I'll just take that off as well. Give me these. And then, which direction did you go? That one. Okay. I'm going to, you know me, I like these models looking nice, looking centraled. So we'll have you there, and then you go back there, and then you, and then I have to do that manually again or something? Or was it that you were attached to something else there and I think it, no. Yeah, no. But, you know, I think, shit. There was something going on there. It was like you were attached to something in here, or some shit, and then maybe... Plausible? Like, why am I seeing that little white line, though? And then if I don't, it looks like it's texture tearing. Oh, this game. Okay, no, that's part of the thing. Fuck it. So then that's from the center core. I could literally yank you off, grab a copy, flip it upside down, rotate it twice, drop it in place, get rid of you, and then everything's good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Interesting concept, though, would be that... So this is rotating, and then this is not. Yeah. That's it. It all makes sense. It all works in theorem. In theorem. So that's the Mark 12, and we definitely need to continue developing on it, but we have been here for 4.5 hours. Went by quick. I feel like I could keep going, too, but... I smell shepherd's pie. So there's that. But yeah, we've gotten to a version of this that actually works. I would like to put it back out. We're at exactly 300 parts count at this point without that extra thing. That will have to come back. We'll need that at some point. Let's put the one more time back out without that thing on it, because I'm curious what our frame rate is. Without carrying the send a Kerbal home system, the emergency deorbit thing. And it's seeming to me like bringing up 12 of them is kind of a lot. Like maybe a bit too much kind of a thing. Maybe we go down to 8, maybe we go down to 6. But I need a place to like attach them that is kind of central, is what I would be looking for anyway. I just, you know, for the simplicity of deployment, for the simplicity of reloading it. SAS on, RCS on, decouple, and it's N this time. N. And we'll make a little bit of headway. Yeah. There you go. Much better on the frame rate when we don't have that thing attached. There's a lot of parts on that, and there's a lot of robotics too. So maybe we can come up with a version of it that doesn't employ robotics, considering that we don't really need it for this amount of space. Although the robotics was designed, it was in there so that we could bring it up really, really efficiently too. You know, like it would fit right underneath the fairing, just tight, compact, and everything. While we're going up, I will try and find these things. I'm going to go ahead and put the brakes back in place. Try and find our rotors that are buried somewhere in here. Is that it? That's it. Rotor for you. And then on the other end, rotor for you. Look at that. That's nice. We might end up doing a... We're out of monoprop. Okay. Don't have that much monoprop on the craft anymore. To bear that in mind. RCS off then, I guess. SAS off as well. And then what we want to do is 5 to engage our engines. And then torque limit them to 100 each. We have the brakes on right now. That's what's stopping them. Brakes off. And get going. The core rotates just a minute as we get a little bit of uneven torque. And then the core just sits perfectly still in the center of the craft as both human-occupied sides of this vessel generate gravity. Let's do, again, that little counting that we did. Oh, wow. A little counting because we were at a lower frame rate there. So each one of these spokes, in order to generate about 1 gravity, somebody did the math on it, and it needs to be 10 RPM, which is 1 rotation every 6 seconds. That's how many 10s there are in a minute. So if we count from here, 1. No. Let's, all right. And 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it was low frame rate that was suggesting to us that it was going too slow, because if I start here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it returns. That spoke returns right back to the bottom in 6 seconds. So yeah, that works great. Oh wow. And then if we wanted to, we could try and match the camera angle with just one of the sides of spinning. Again, I did have a concern with the idea of that the rings themselves would be blocking the effectiveness of our solar panels in this kind of position. So maybe that's another reason why hydraulics are a better solution for packing these up. So that we can deploy them even further out so that there would be less potential of shadows getting on our panels and preventing... You know, it's just, you got to choose how much you want to pretend that things are things. And, you know, wouldn't design these big panels and know that some of the time they're just going to be blocked. Like, let's try and do something about that. So maybe hydraulics in order to deploy the panels further. Which would give us more space for being able to like try and dock things to the center, which is, it's kind of a, you know, we've got the ability to dock at either end of this. We just have to match that end's rotation when we go to park to it, which I think will be really, really fun. But the fact that we've got a central point that is not moving, this is where we'd want to concern ourselves with that little interesting bit of, hey, wouldn't it be neat if a Kerbal could get aboard and off, you know, the front door thing. Remember? That's where we started, and here we are again. We started with there ain't no front door on this vessel, and there still ain't no front door on this vessel, but we have solved some other issues that came up while trying to give it a front door. Yeah, I think there's a lot of. I like this because this is a really good place. It's proven the theorem, the concept, very nicely, and I see a lot of potential to do a lot of more interesting design work on it the next time that we get together. Yeah, but that will be the next time that we get together, because this live stream has come to an end. I'm gonna go get me some shepherd's pie. That's my plan, anyway. Thanks for coming out. Thanks, I hope the fact that I started live streaming at 2 a.m. Eastern Time, my time, meant that some people who don't usually get to show up to these things live got to, show up to these things. Some of you did. For those of you who are just tuning in and being like, God damn it, what are you doing to me? pawnlive.roninpawn.com. pawnlive.roninpawn.com. It stores all of the VODs, so you can check that out. And hopefully, I can get my sleep schedule onto something that's a little bit more, appropriate. We might be going back to 8 p.m. startup times. Maybe 4, maybe 6, maybe 2 a.m. is the new time. This is just when we do it. But we will try. God damn it, what you doing to me, says Slim. It's not what I'm doing to you. It's what my myalgic encephalomyelitis is doing to me, and therefore what I'm doing to. So it is okay. It is what I'm lying to you. Is what I'm doing to you. For I am the Ronin Pawn, and such is what a Ronin Pawn does. Shall we see if there's anyone else in the world who's streaming Kerbal at 6:30 in the goddamn morning? I mean, maybe this is King Akira's time. King Akira it is his time. Oh yay! Yeah. You know how much I like to raid King Akira. He's a good guy. Consider him a compatriot in the war on and against Twitch and YouTube. And, the war on entertainment, which requires a lot of sacrifices of souls. We're raiding King Akira. So yes, join me over there, and I'll be leaving because Shepherd's Pod. But let's go raid him, drop a bunch of Ronin Pawns in chat, say hello. He's got a great show. He puts on a great show. I think you'll have a good time. That said, I will see you at the next live stream, which should be this. What day is it today? It's Tuesday now. Maybe later today. I don't. Tuesday, Thursday. Bye.